On a July night in 2007, police in Key Largo, Florida were called to a local marina. A boater reported an odd smell coming from another boat. When officers searched the craft, they found a decomposing body under one of the beds. They identified the body as belonging to Edward Bozarth III. He had been beaten to death with a hammer. Police informed Ed's wife, Denise Bozarth, that her husband had been murdered. She didn't seem emotional or surprised. She claimed that she had recently gone to stay with her parents, so hadn't realized anything was wrong. As investigators conducted full police interviews with those closest to the Bozarths, they uncovered major issues in the marriage. Detectives already learned that Denise was set to inherit Ed's $675,000 trust fund. With Denise now the prime suspect in Ed's murder, she comes down to the station for a polygraph.
Okay. You want to have a seat right here? I'll just take your driver's license. Most people related to that. However, I assure you, you're going to walk away from that today, whereas most people don't from the electric chair. So it's not that bad. All right. Now, do you go by Denise? Okay, so it's all right if I address you as Denise today? Denise, like I said, my name is Mark Brown. I'm going to be doing your test today. I'm a deputy here with the Sheriff's Office in Escambia County, and polygraph tests are what I do full time. So I've done a lot of polygraph tests. That's what I do. That's my primary assignment. So feel comfortable, feel relaxed. Everything should go fine today. Shouldn't have any problems. So and nervousness, I'm going to explain to you why that's not going to affect the test, but it is normal for people to be nervous, okay? What I'm going to do is, the first thing I'm going to do is give you an explanation and an overview of what to expect today. Do you have any upfront questions? I'm sure you probably have a lot of things running through your mind,
Yeah.
but anything specifically?
When will the results be?
Okay, I will know something today. I'll be able to let you know something today, and I'll explain all that. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and start my overview for you, and if you have anything else, any other questions, please feel free to ask me. And throughout this entire process, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me anytime. Just interrupt, interject. I'm not going to think you're being rude or anything, because I don't want you to sit there with something unanswered in your mind. All right. First thing, do it now.
I mean, this is my husband we're talking about.
Okay.
I do feel guilty because I weren't there to help protect him or whatever happened.
All right.
I mean, is that going to affect?
I'm going to ask you some very specific questions, okay? And they're all going to be questions that you're going to be able to answer me 100% honestly, or you are going to answer me dishonestly. So we word, and we're going to review those questions before we even have you sit over there in that chair. And I understand how you feel, but the questions that I ask are very specific, so that shouldn't be a problem. However, what we'll do is there anything else you want to talk about? Because this process isn't just about conducting a test, okay? This process is about me being here for you, okay? I want to help you. I want to hear what you have to say. So before we do anything, if there's anything you'd like to discuss before the test, now would be a great time.
Well, I've been keeping up on the articles in the Miami Herald, and
Okay.
I mean, it's doing everything but point the finger at me.
Okay.
And that's got me real nervous because, I mean, they didn't find the body for 9 days after I left.
Right.
And the last thing I remember was him walking off the boat telling me he didn't want to see me when he got back.
Okay.
You know, but to read the newspaper, it's totally different.
Right. Well, I haven't read the first article about it.
Oh, I have.
I haven't read anything out of Miami, so what they're saying about you or about what happened, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Mhm.
So what we'll do is I'm going to give you an overview of what to expect today. Like I said, at any time if you have any questions, please feel free to interject, okay? First thing I'm going to do is just verify that I have your basic information correct. Name, date of birth, social security number, things like that, okay? Once I cover that, I'm going to go over a consent form with you. And in fact, let me go get one right now, okay? Now, Denise, are you here voluntarily for the test today? Has anybody threatened you, forced you, coerced you to come in here, anything like that? Okay. I'm just going to go over a form documenting that you are here on your own free will to take the test today. Once we do that, I'm going to determine your suitability for the polygraph test. There are some certain conditions that could stop someone from taking the test, but just with a quick interaction with you that we've had so far, I'm going to assume we're not going to run into any of those problems. But I do need to make sure that you're going to be okay to sit in that chair while I ask you a series of questions for about 4 or 5 minutes at a time, okay? Once I determine that you're suitable, we're going to go over some things because I want to get to know you. I want to get to know what kind of person you are, how you were raised, what kind of background you had, things like that. Because I need to determine if you're the type of person who could have done something like this or who could be lying about something like this. Maybe covering somebody, covering up for them or trying to help somebody, protect somebody, things like that. So we're going to cover some information about your background. Okay, once we do that, I'm going to explain the polygraph test to you. I'm going to explain what it's based off of. All the components that you see on that chair over there, I'm going to explain what they do, what they measure, what they record, things of that nature, all right? Once we do that, we're going to talk about some of the facts about the incident. I'm going to let you tell me what you know. I want you to tell me what you've heard, things of that nature. Any involvement along those lines, okay? Once we cover that, we're going to review the questions for the test. Before I even have you sit in that chair, we're going to review word for word each and every question that I'm going to ask of you. There's not going to be any trick questions. There's not going to be any surprises. I'm not going to spring anything on you. We're going to review word for word each and every question that's going to be asked of you, okay? Once we review those questions, you feel comfortable with them, you don't have any questions about the questions, no doubts or anything, then we'll go ahead. I'll have you sit in the chair, attach the components, then we'll run the charts, all right? And like I said, I'll know the results. It'll take me a few minutes because I'll actually hand score the charts and have them reviewed with another examiner, and then we'll go ahead and we'll discuss anything from there, okay? Any questions on all that?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Right now.
Well, Denise, let me go ahead and get a little bit of your basic information, okay? Now, go ahead and verify your date of birth for me.
January 31st, 73.
Okay, and your social security number. Okay. And what is your current correct address?
Right now I'm living with my parents and it's, I'm not sure it is zip code.
Okay. And what's a good phone number that I can reach you at if I need to?
850.
Okay. So I'm going to hang on to your license for just a minute, all right? Now, Denise, have you ever had a polygraph test before?
No.
Have you ever had what's called a CVSA, computerized voice stress analysis, any type of truth verification test whatsoever? And you do know why you're here today. You know what the test is in reference to, that we're going to be discussing the incident that happened down in Key Largo with Edward. Okay. Denise, this was a consent form that I just spoke with you about, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight each of these paragraphs for you. These last two paragraphs deal with after the test, so we'll cover those at the appropriate time. However, if you would like to read over them now, feel free to do so. But I'm going to cover these first 5. Then I'm going to allow you to read over it. Take as much time as you need. Read it as thoroughly as you would like. If you understand and agree to everything, I'm going to ask that you sign your name right here. Now, even though I've printed your name, you can just sign your normal signature. You don't have to duplicate what I've printed. Then I'm going to give you a time off of my watch to write down after your signature, okay? Denise's first paragraph basically states that you are here voluntarily. No one's threatened you, forced you, or coerced you to come in here, that you are here on your own free will to take the test today, okay? The second paragraph states that we do electronically record all of our polygraph tests. It also states that you can stop this test at any time you wish, okay? That door is shut, however, it's not locked. It is closed for our privacy, okay? I want to make sure that you understand you are free to leave at any time during this process. I'm not going to force you to stay. I'm not going to force you to answer any questions, okay? At this point, you've not been charged with any crime. You're not in custody. You're not under arrest. So you are free to go at any point that you so desire.
If you refuse to do these. They just get a court order and make you do them anyway and makes you look more guilty.
No, ma'am, there's no court orders, so, are you having second thoughts about doing the test?
No, I'm just,
Because if it's not
I
something
mean, I
that
wanna
you,
clear my name to where I can
Right.
just get on with life.
Okay. If it's not something that you want to do voluntarily, if you feel like you're being forced or coerced, then I would rather not proceed with a test. So if you don't feel comfortable with it, then that would be something that I would like for you to express to me now. So it's strictly your decision if you'd like to go ahead and continue.
I'll do it, but
Okay. Well, what do you feel like that's gonna point the finger more at you or something?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, my nerves has been shot. You know, I
We
have
have
seizures, I have epilepsy.
We test. That's not
And I don't want
gonna.
to
Yeah.
stress myself so
That,
bad
that that's not going to affect the test today. The seizures or epilepsy, that's not going to have any effect on the test. And as far as people being nervous and stressed out, think about it. Anybody and everybody who comes in for a polygraph test is going to normally be stressed out and nervous. So that's not going to be a factor for the test today. Do you feel like you do want to go ahead and continue, or do you think it's something that you would not like to do?
I need to go ahead and do it because I mean, we drove 2 hours to get over here, so it would still
Okay.
waste the
Well, like I
trip
said,
if
what I want you to keep in mind is you can stop this test at any time you wish, all right? If you get 2 or more sentences into the conversation and you want to leave, all you have to do is stand up and walk right out that door. Like I said, it's not locked, but it is closed for our privacy, all right? So you're free to go at any time. The other thing I want to make sure of is if you're actually seated in the chair with the components attached and say you want to leave for some reason at that time, just bring it to my attention so that I can remove the components. That way nothing's damaged or broken, then you'll be free to walk right out, okay? This third paragraph basically states that I will generate a report showing the results of the polygraph test, and they will be forwarded to the proper personnel, and that would be whoever is conducting the investigation in this case. Okay. Now, the longest part on this form is what I call a hold harmless clause for the sheriff's office. If you read this first sentence, it's underlined. It states that sometimes it is the opinion of the test results that people are not being truthful, and we do see it from time to time. People make mistakes all the time, and for whatever reason, they think they're going to get in a lot more trouble than just being honest and, trying to get everything taken care of right up front. So they do come in, and sometimes people are not honest and truthful with us. This just states that you'll hold harmless the sheriff's office for whatever results are generated out of the test today and for whatever information is derived out of this process, okay? Now, this, as a polygraph examiner to me, is the most important part of this form because it covers those conditions that would either stop or affect your test today. Denise, do you currently have any emotional, mental, or physical traumas or stressors that would affect your concentration on the test today or that affect your concentration on a daily basis?
Yeah,
Okay, what's that?
I have major depression.
Okay. Are you on medication for that?
I haven't been able to afford my medication.
Okay. Okay. Does it affect your normal and daily activities? You were able to function? You were able to drive from Key Largo to Defuniak, right?
I stopped off at my grandmother's and then.
Okay, and that's understandable, but I mean, you were still able to operate a vehicle, drive that way,
Yeah.
make stops as needed, take care of yourself, things like that. Okay. Have you ever been seen by a psychiatrist or a psychologist? And how long ago was that?
About 2 years ago.
Okay, all right. Well, what other traumas or stressors do you have?
Oh, the loss of my husband for one.
Okay,
Having to figure out how to raise both kids, no income.
okay. Do you think that today you will not be able to concentrate on the questions that I ask you?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if at any point you don't think that you can concentrate and that you can focus on the task at hand today, then you let me know, okay? All right? So, What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you read over this, okay? Take as much time as you need, read it as thoroughly as you would like. If you do understand and agree to everything, if you want to, just sign your normal signature, and then you can just write down 1:15 p.m. afterwards, because I'm going to put a little bit of your information into the computer, okay? So take as much time as you need, read it as thoroughly as you would like.
What time did you say it?
Oh, you can put down 1:15 p.m. Denise, let me go ahead and give you your license back. Okay. Denise, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to determine your suitability for the test today.
The
Now,
polygraph examiner discusses any medical issues Denise has that could have an impact on the results. Ultimately, the examiner decides it's safe to continue.
Denise, in my opinion, I believe that you are going to be suitable for the test. However, if at any point you feel too tired, that you're not going to be able to sit there and concentrate, that you're not going to be able to understand what I'm saying, or for any of those other reasons that we talked about just a few minutes ago, if at any point you don't want to continue, please let me know, okay? Because like I said, this is completely voluntary and you are free to leave at any time.
You might want to write down on there that I have blackouts.
Okay. And how long have you had those?
About 2 years.
And when do you have them? Like, what causes them?
I could be sitting here talking to you and just black out.
Okay. And you're
I'm
still
just
able
sitting
to
there playing with
operate a
my
motor
kids.
vehicle like that?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't drive very often.
All right. Denise, like I told you a few minutes ago, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little bit of your background, see what kind of person you are. One part of my job today is to either help determine if you are the kind of person who could have done something like this, or if you're not even the kind of person who could have done something like this. Because if you are the type of person who is capable of something like this, then there's a good possibility you may have done it. However, if you're not the type of person who could have done this, then the investigators need to focus their attention on somebody who is the type of person and who is capable of doing this. So I need to get a little bit of your history, where you come from, your background, things like that. Tell me, Denise, what kind of person do you think would have done something like this?
Somebody who didn't have any feelings.
Okay.
I mean, somebody, they just had to be downright cruel. I mean, my husband, he was a strong man.
Okay.
He was tall. And he was a fighter. I mean, like he's told me he's worked for DEA, you know. He knew how to protect himself.
Right. What do you think should happen to a person who's responsible for doing that?
You don't want to, you don't want to put him in front of me because I'll tell him what it's for, but I mean, at least jail sentence, at least find out why. I mean, they had to have a reason
Right.
to do it, you know. I just want to know why.
Okay.
Jail sentence, electric chair, whatever. I mean, they don't sit up with their little girl at night crying, missing her daddy, you know.
Like I said, Denise, one of the things that I need to do today is to make sure that you're not the type of person who could have done this, okay? And according to FBI profiles, all kinds of research studies, case studies, they would show that this type of person who was able to do something like this had to be some type of learned behavior, and that it had to start off with something minor. Say, you know, as a child, it might start off with them harming animals, maybe escalating to harming a brother, harming a sister, which could escalate to, say, picking fights at school just to be able to act out on their violence, things like that. It's not something somebody just woke up one morning and said, hey, I'm going to do something like this. It had to continuously escalate Also, the studies and the profiles would show that somebody who is able to lie about something like this, once again, that's going to be the same type of behavior. That type of behavior would be learned and start out at a young age, because somebody doesn't just all of a sudden wake up one morning and say, I'm going to be a liar. It's a behavior that's, grown upon, such as starting out as a young child telling lies to their parents, telling lies to grandparents, people who trust them. That would grow into telling lies at school to, say, teachers, principals, telling lies to try to stay out of trouble and try not to face the consequences of their actions. That could turn into cheating on tests. That could turn into lying at work, lying to bosses, calling in sick when you weren't sick, making up excuses just because you didn't want to accept your responsibilities and things like that. Are we talking that you're the type of person who has exhibited that type of behavior? Or are you the type of person who would lie to somebody? Are you the type of person who is capable of lying about something like this? Or are you the type of person who's capable of harming anyone,
No.
having hateful, hurtful feelings, wanting to hurt someone because they made you mad? Does that describe Denise at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, that makes me feel better. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit more of your background and just go ahead and build off of what we just talked about. All right, Denise, who raised you? Who's the one that taught you the difference between right and wrong, what a truth is, what a lie is, and things like that?
My mom and dad.
Okay. And tell me what kind of a relationship you have with your parents.
Very good relationship.
Okay.
I mean, my dad, as with me and my brother both growing up, my dad was a cop, so I respected him.
Right.
And my mother, she wouldn't even spank me,
Okay.
because I was just her little girl.
Right.
So,
Well, if you had a good relationship with them, I bet I could probably go out on a limb and say you didn't have to lie to them then. Because it definitely, someone who trusted you, somebody that you're obviously close to, you say you had a good relationship with them. And that they taught you the difference between right and wrong, that it's good to tell the truth, it's bad to tell a lie. How did they instill those values in you and show you what was right and show you what was wrong?
Well, my dad was a cop, so he constantly enforced it.
Sure.
If I don't tell the truth about this, then this would happen.
Right. Almost kind of leading by example in his authority.
Right.
Okay. All right. Did you have any brothers or sisters? Any?
I have one brother.
One brother. Okay. And what kind of relationship did you have with him, and how did he get along with your parents?
We were brother and sister, do brother and sister
Typical thing. Okay.
things, and he got along very well with mom and dad, very well with me. He was accepted into the Marines,
Right.
so.
Okay. That sounds
He
like
had to
you
grow
did
up with
something
morals,
right. Right. Now, where were y'all raised?
We were in Wauchula,
Okay.
till I was like 10, 11 years old, and then we moved to Miami.
Okay. So, in what we call in the South, would you say y'all were raised right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know what I mean by that. You had a good upbringing,
Yeah.
good morals, good values, things like that. You didn't, like I said, exhibit those behaviors as a young child, lying to your parents, lying to your grandparents, lying to teachers, things that would show that you are the type of person who could have done something like this or could have lied about it. Okay, good. And growing up, did you have any type of problems with your temper, any type of anger problems? Did you grow up, if somebody made you mad, you wanted to get back at them, you wanted to get even with them, things of that nature?
Raising two kids, I had twins when I was 19,
Right.
So I had to grow up pretty quick.
Okay, right.
And I can control my temper. Right down to walking off and saying, Mommy needs time out,
Good. Tell me a little bit about your school years, say starting with elementary, moving on up to middle school and high school. Did you have good school years?
I had fun at school.
Okay.
I didn't have good grades at school, but
All right.
I just took it as it came, you know.
Okay. Any type of behavioral problems? Did you ever get in trouble a lot, say for fighting or, you know, like I said, wanting to pick fights?
No. I was the quiet one of the bunch. Nobody really even knew I was there.
Right.
Weren't popular, weren't Miss High School queen or anything.
Right. Did you carry your same morals and values into your schoolwork? I mean, were you caught cheating a lot from anybody? You know, accused of cheating, having to cheat on tests, or copy any homework from your brother, your friends, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Well, see, and that makes me feel better because it sounds like that you had a good upbringing and your parents taught you these good morals and values that might help carry you on even into your adult years. So, and how about on through middle school and high school? Pretty much the same thing.
Pretty much, I got into basketball. You know, just to have something to do after school.
So, did you play that in middle school and high school? Was it recreational, or was it actual high school?
It was actual school basketball.
Okay.
And I believe I did that 9th grade.
How'd that work out? Did you enjoy?
I enjoyed it. I just couldn't get past the dribbling.
Okay. You gave it a shot?
I had 2 left feet at that point, so I kept falling over myself. And
how about any other sports? Ever involved in anything else? Well, it almost sounds like you were able to work well with others if you were, part of a team. Even though you might not have been the best basketball player, that at least you were able to get along with people and be a teammate and do stuff like that.
Yeah, while I was in high school, I went through Robert Morgan Votech to get my daycare license.
Okay.
I was going to open up my own daycare. And I've done all the HRS courses and all that to open a daycare.
Right.
And society got so bad, all I needed was one kid saying she did this.
Sure.
And I'd be shut down, and there went all my money,
Now, how old were you when you went through that program or to
18.
do that? 18? Okay. So when you graduate, did you graduate high school?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you graduated high school with a diploma.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, even in high school, any trouble with having to cheat off people, having to, use their papers or cheat off their papers, because let's face it, cheating is the exact same thing as lying. You're misrepresenting something that you've done for yourself, and you're lying about what you're actually doing. You're using somebody else's work and things of that nature. So, and even in high school, any problems with, like I said again, any anger issues, wanting to get mad at anybody, getting mad at people, wanting to get even, somebody making you mad.
I was basically a loner.
Okay.
I mean, I had my friends, but...
Right. So when you graduated, that's when you did the vocational?
I did the vocational while I was in high school.
While you were in high school, okay.
Now I did Miami-Dade Community College like a year.
Okay, because that was my next question. Did you have any type of college courses? Tell me about how your college went. How was your college experience?
It was basically a couple hour night classes. I did the 20-hour, the 30-hour,
right.
The 60-hour, the special needs class,
Okay.
CPR class.
And what were you working toward? What kind of degree were you trying to?
Childcare.
Childcare. All right. Now, while you were in college, any problems with having to lie to any of your professors, cheating off of anybody, turning in papers that say you got off the internet or that somebody else wrote for you? Any type of activity or anything that would be considered what they call academic, death, you would get kicked out of school for, they would fail you, anything along those lines, anything that would have got you expelled, any type of cheating, lying, anything like that. So pretty much kind of a blanket thing all through your school years, no trouble with cheating, lying, telling lies to the principal or teachers, or getting into fights, wanting to pick fights, get even with anybody, nothing like that. Okay, good. Now, what did you do after college? You said you had 1 year. So you didn't finish your degree,
Right.
Is that correct?
Because I got pregnant with the twins.
Because you got pregnant with the twins. Well, tell me about your first job. Tell me about some of the jobs that you've had, kind of your work history and work past.
I've done cashiering,
Okay.
and at pharmacies, you know, a little like CVS, but it was a different pharmacy.
Okay.
I've done cashiering there. I've done daycare work, working in daycares.
Right.
I worked at a church for about 3 years in their daycare nursery. I worked at another daycare for about 2 years. I've done shorthand cook at Waffle House.
Okay.
I did that for like 4 years. Just off and on jobs between cash register, waitressing, and
Well, it sounds like working with cash registers, you're dealing with money, working with children. Those are definitely positions that you would have to be trusted with. That's
well,
what
you had to get background checks, especially in daycares.
Right, right,
You had to do the background checks.
right.
So I knew, you know, my background had to be clean.
Okay. While you were in daycare working, did you ever have any incidents with any anger towards the children, wanting
No.
to, you know, having any feelings of them getting on your nerves and you wanting to lash out and hurt them?
No.
You know, anything that you know, drove you to the edge of wanting
No.
to cause any harm or hurt to any of the children, anything like that?
Kids be kids. You just
Okay.
gotta deal with it and go.
Alright. And in any of your other jobs, any trouble with, like I said, lying to your managers, your bosses, you know,
No.
calling in sick when you weren't sick, because you know your managers, your bosses, those are the kinds of people who trust you.
No.
Also, the kind of people who trust you, you know, your family members, your relatives. Like I said, all those people are people who trust you, who have faith in you, and depend on you to tell them the truth. So,
Right.
so no trouble lying to them, and
No.
you know. So it sounds to me like, once again, even through your young adult years, you're still not displaying that type of behavior that somebody who could do something or lie about something like this. It seems to me like you're not displaying those characteristics and
Right.
traits. So that's good. Have you ever, Denise, been in the military, been part of a police department, or you know,
I tried.
anything like that?
I tried to get into the military
Okay.
to do life flight after,
Right.
you know, I decided not to go on with the child care.
Okay.
I tried to get into the Army, and just before I was set to go to boot camp, they turned me down because I don't have a spleen.
You do not have a spleen.
I had my spleen removed at 5 years old.
Okay, I was gonna say, were you born without one? Okay, okay, you had it removed at a young age, and that was a disqualifier for you. What did they say why that would be?
They didn't give me specifics, they just said, you know, since you don't have a spleen and you had this illness when you was a baby, we don't need it out on the field.
Okay, so that disqualified you from even being able to get in.
Right,
Okay, but you made the attempt, and you wanted to be on some type of medical helicopter
right.
and do that type of work?
Yeah. I mean, even being up here, you know, I'm talking to my parents about going to their little community college over here and becoming a GYN or OBGYN or something like
Some
that.
type of nurse or RN?
To be able to deal with babies and help people,
Right.
you know.
Okay, all right.
I mean, even volunteering as a candy striper over at the hospital.
Right, just doing something
Yeah.
to help out. Right. Well, it sounds like even into your employment history that you're once again not demonstrating or exhibiting any of these traits. So that makes me feel better about that. Let me ask you about, say, any type of anger problems, say driving down the road, any type of road rage. You ever feel like wanting
No,
to
you don't do
hurt
that
another
by
driver, or you know, get so mad that you wish you could run them off the road? Any type of
No.
problems along like those areas?
No, you don't do that in Miami or you
Okay.
get shot.
Okay, all right. Denise, have you ever been arrested for anything? Have you ever
No.
been charged with any type of crimes before? Ever had any type of run-ins or involvement with law enforcement? You know,
No.
anything like that?
Not until my son was born.
Okay, and what happened with that?
Well, he just got off probation.
Okay, okay.
So,
But how about you, as where you were the one having the involvement with law
No.
enforcement? You were the one having the, for lack of a better term, a run-in with law
No.
enforcement. Denise, have you ever been accused of anything like this?
No.
Ever been suspected of anything like this?
No.
Ever been under investigation? You know,
No.
anything along these lines? Have you ever been suspected or investigated for anything dealing with stealing, lying on your income taxes, any type of violent problems, anything that would show that you have exhibited the traits of a person that could have done something like this.
No.
Nothing along those lines.
Mm-mm.
Okay, good.
I was questioned one time, and that was at work. And come to find out, the girl I was working with, the one that stole the money in the cash drawer.
Okay. All right. So you weren't found of any wrongdoing, anything like that. Is that the only time you have been? And when was that? How long ago would you say that was?
Oh boy. When was the year all the hurricanes hit Fort Myers? That's when it was.
Okay. Give me a roundabout, maybe a year. Are we talking?
Maybe 2004 or 5.
And were you questioned by the police?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they found out I had nothing to do with it, it was the girl that I was working with.
Okay. So you were found of no wrongdoing.
Right.
Never charged with any type of crime. Ever any other involvement or run-ins with law enforcement other than just that? Okay. Denise, tell me about any other. Have you been married before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times have you been married? Tell me a little bit about your previous marriage.
I was married the first time. We got married when I was 19, when I
Okay.
had the twins. And that lasted maybe 2 years.
Okay.
And that didn't go well.
Now, when you say it didn't go well, kind of elaborate on
Well,
that. for me.
after the babies were born, they both had colic.
Okay.
And he'd stay gone all hours of the night, all during the day. He was supposedly working for his dad. And he'd come home, I'd be exhausted, I'd have supper made hours before he'd come home. And he weren't happy with leftover suppers, and I'd tell him, well, if you would have been here when it was supper time when you were supposed to be home, and he'd get all outraged and he'd haul off and hit me, and he'd hit the kids every now and then,
Okay.
and that ended up in a real nasty divorce. He and his mother ended up with custody of both kids.
Okay.
He lived with his mother. We both did, actually. And his whole family ran me through the mill in court. I was Baker acted several times. I've attempted to commit suicide on twice.
And is this way back when
This
you were
was when I
around
was
dealing with that
married.
first marriage?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it just ended up nasty. I haven't seen the twins since they were 3 years old. And they're 15 now. And then I married Ed, or I met Ed.
Okay.
And
Now, how long did you stay married the first time?
about 2 years.
So around 19 to 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
I married Ed at 20. I started dating Ed at 21.
Okay.
And he was working as a shirt boat captain. And his wife told me to go ahead and move in with him and help take care of the house, because she had moved to Fort Lauderdale. And I was supposed to move in, take care of the house, cook supper, help him on the boat or whatever he needed. And I did, and one thing led to the other, and we finally got married.
Okay. So at the time he had a wife, were you coming in as like a helper, or were you coming in as you had met him and y'all had already formed a relationship?
Well, he had I was out on the streets at that point. And he put me to work on one of his shrimp boats.
Right.
And I worked his boat for maybe 6 months.
Okay.
And me and his wife got along real well. And she was living in Fort Lauderdale. And there was nothing there between me and him at that time. And she told me to go ahead and move in with him. I could sleep in the spare bedroom.
Right.
Fix the meals, do the grocery shopping, clean the house.
Mm-hmm.
While he worked. So
Okay.
somebody would be there during the night while he worked.
Right.
So I did. And about 2 or 3 months later, That's when she told him she wanted a divorce because they weren't ever around each other anymore.
Right.
And that's just when we
Okay.
picked up.
So how old are you now? You're 34. And how old were y'all when you got married to Ed?
Oh, everything was great. I mean,
How old were you?
I was 23, 24.
Okay. So y'all kind of dated each other maybe a couple of years?
Yeah, about
Okay.
4 years.
And so y'all been married, say, almost 10, right around 10. Now, did y'all have any children together?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children did y'all have together?
We had a little boy,
Okay.
and then we had a little girl 4 years later.
All right. So you had your son first, and then you had your daughter second.
Mhm.
All right. Tell me about the relationship with you and Ed.
It was great. I mean, everything was going fine. He was a little hard on the kids.
Okay. Now, when you say a little hard on the kids, explain what that means, because my definition may not
Well,
be the same as yours.
the kids were constantly grounded,
Okay.
especially Cody. He could never do anything right. He mentioned several times he wanted to be a marine biologist because he loved sea animals, because we lived on a boat.
Right.
And he was always told he was too stupid to do it. He'd never graduate high school. Just that kind of attitude towards him. But Ariel, she could do no wrong.
Okay.
I mean, anything she done wrong, Cody got blamed for it. And it was touch and go, And I finally got to a point where I started standing up for the kids.
Okay.
I'm like, well, if Cody wants to go to marine biology, what's to hurt if he does? Well, I'd have to pay for it. I says, well, then I'll get a job and I'll pay for it. Well, you can't do that. Then they'll take me off VA.
Off of
VA.
VA. Okay.
He was VA disabled.
Okay.
And, and then we went up to Inverness, and his mother wanted to die at home. So we did. We went up there, and she died December 10th, 2 years ago.
Okay.
And she died in my arms, actually. And we had a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that we were allowed to stay in, for as long as we wanted. And it had a jacuzzi, a pool, a fenced-in backyard. Very nice place.
Mm-hmm.
And he convinced the kids that they didn't like it there. They needed to move back on the boat. So we went back and we moved into a 36-foot sailboat again. And he wanted to go to the Keys. So we went back down to the Keys. I never liked the Keys.
Mm-hmm.
And so we all ended up moving back down there. And after he got the first check from the bank from his mom's inheritance, then that's when things started turning really different. I mean, he was kind of cold towards everybody.
Okay.
Didn't want anything to do with anybody. And he was being harder on Ariel than he's ever been, telling her she was stupid. I mean, they get out for summer vacation and they're grounded. Because Cody's trying to go fishing off the front of the boat. Can't go fishing because it'll hurt fish. Just little stuff like that. He just pulled away from everybody. And when I'd stand up to protect, help with the kids, like he'd be calling them down and I'd go against what he was saying,
Mm-hmm.
trying to back the kids up. And he'd turn around and he'd pop me. He just become very cold, very standoffish, I guess.
Right.
And I finally got to the point where I told him, I had to leave. I was going crazy. I was to the point where I was about to call the cops on him, but I didn't want to go there because I didn't need him having a record,
Right.
So I got the kids out the best way I knew how.
And how'd you do that?
I had David call me.
Okay.
I had David call my parents. because I couldn't use a cell phone without 50 questions. I had David call my parents and tell them to come down and get the kids. And they come down and got them on a Saturday. Because that Sunday I was going to end up, if they hadn't come got them, I was going to have the cops come remove me and both kids off the boat. And, put us in a shelter or something.
Mhm.
Well, Mom called up like, nothing was happening and said, hey, we've had a change of plans. We're at Plan C now. I'm going to come on up and get the kids for the 4th of July. And he was all for that, He was like, well, I'll pay you to take them, but you got to pay me to take them and give them back.
Mhm.
And so they come down and got them. And that week, it was me and him. We didn't hardly talk, And about 2 days after they were gone, he found all their clothes gone
Mhm.
out of their dresser. And he come in and threw the blue dresser at me. A little blue, stood about that high, plastic dresser at me. And he says, what, are you leaving me again? And I told him, I said, yeah, I am. I says, I've had enough. I can't deal with it anymore, mentally, emotionally. I says, I'm being physically run down. I says, I can't even pick up Ariel anymore because I'm just so physically run down. And I told him, I says, I'm going to be leaving Saturday. I said, Saturday I will be on the road. Between now and then, I had to tell him that I had the cops on standby. That if you did anything to me between now and then, that I would call the cops, and I would have you arrested, and I'd still be gone when you got home.
Okay.
So he kind of backed away from me at that point. We went out to coffee. He was the type that everything was okay on the outside. But when you got on the boat, it was like stand back-ish, not talk, not touch, nothing like that.
Okay.
And so Saturday came around, and he says, well, I guess you're leaving me today. I says, yeah, I am. He says, well, why don't you just go out and have coffee by yourself? I don't want to be around you. I says, okay. He says, I got stuff to do. I got to take the carpet up on the floor. I says, all right. So I left about 9:30. We went to hideout. David ended up showing up there. We sat up there till about 1 o'clock,
Mhm.
drinking coffee. I had something to eat, talking to the waitresses because they didn't like the way Ed was treating the kids. And about 2 o'clock, I come back to the boat, and he had finished pulling the carpet up, and he said, okay, I'm leaving. When I get back, I don't want you here. And this was about 3 o'clock. I says, okay, fine, I won't be. So I took about an hour and a half, loaded everything up in the car, went over, had a cup of water because it was hot that day, and he wouldn't turn the AC on. So I went over and had a cup of water. About 5:30, I left, and I went to my grandmother's.
Okay.
So I mean, that's just.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you a few things going off what you told me. One, why do you think? Help me understand why he was always harder on Cody and not Ariel. Why? I mean, there's got to be some reason or explanation.
Cody,
I can't see him just being all of a sudden mad at him for absolutely no reason.
Cody was the type of kid that if he didn't get, like, let's say a jelly donut, he'd go to his teachers and say, oh, Mom and Dad beat me. Mom and Dad put whelps on me.
Okay.
And the school would never check it, they just called DCF. Cody's always been the attention type getter. I mean, if he wants the attention, he's going to get it however he wants. Be it call somebody, tell his teachers this off-the-wall story,
Mm-hmm.
Just to get the attention. That's the way he's always been, and Ed's just never liked him. And I guess, Ariel, she was just a little princess, could never do anything wrong. Of course, I basically raised Cody except for when Ed was at home during the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be there with Cody at night. But Ed is the one that actually raised Ariel.
Okay.
And because I ended up having to work all the time. I'd work Waffle House, you know, wherever I could find work at, I worked, because he didn't want to work because he didn't want to mess up his VA.
Okay.
So I worked basically through Ariel's babyhood up until she was about 1 or 2.
Right. What do you think caused this dramatic change in Ed? I mean, there's, you know, they say there's a reason for everything. What, help me understand and help explain what all of a sudden happened. What, I mean, was there something?
I mean, he was getting VA disability,
Okay.
and then all of a sudden, Bank of America turns around and sends him like $13,000 from his mother's trust that she set up for him.
Okay.
And after he got that money, it was just like, I'm God Almighty, I don't need any of your money. You know, I don't need any help. I'm going to live the way I want to live now.
Right.
I mean, he went out and he bought a brand new boat. We had a 36-foot boat, a sailboat that we were living on. He went out and bought a 36-foot Trojan. And, you know, he bought the boat with that, and then after that, it's like, well, I'm too good for you, you know. I mean, he went to the graphics store and he had a picture of a screw put on it, and then you too. I mean, that was just the way he was thinking.
Now, what made him do that? Did he do that for a specific or a particular reason?
He says that's just what he wanted everybody to see.
Okay. I mean, was it just in general? I mean, was it for somebody, or did he? That's just he did it.
He just put it on the back of the boat, and everybody started laughing at the way it was. You know, oh, I like your sign. You know, I would have never thought of that.
Right.
You know, and he's like, well, I did. You know, but.
Right. So when you say that he popped you a few times and that he threw a dresser at you, how? I mean, would you consider your relationship? How would you describe it? Would you describe it as abusive? Not really abusive. Somewhat. How would you describe or summarize it?
He was physically and mentally abusing towards me.
Okay.
I mean, he cut me down all the time.
Verbally.
Verbally, yeah.
Okay.
Physically, if I tried to stand up for the kids, or I did something wrong, I burnt supper, you know, he physically, at that point, beat me down.
And how about towards the children?
He got to where he was popping them just about every day.
Okay.
On the top of the head.
How would you describe his actions towards the kids?
He became real hateful towards them. Towards both of them.
Would you describe it as abusive?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I just made up my mind that before DCF could step in and take them, you know, because I was trying to protect them, but it would look like I weren't, you know, because I weren't trying to get them out. That's when I just put my foot down and said, okay, I'm getting out, but I got to get the kids out first. Because I knew once he figured out that I was leaving, I knew he'd hit the ceiling.
Right. Is that the only 2 marriages you've had? At any time, did you ever want to hurt or harm either one of your husbands? Did you
No.
did you wish them dead? Did you
No.
talk to anybody about having anything done to them? Anything along those lines? Anything that
No.
they made you mad? So, by gosh, you want to get them back. You want to make them pay for their actions. At
I
any
wouldn't
time.
even have him arrested. I mean, I don't
So no real feelings of anger, hate,
No.
hatred. Didn't want to get back. Didn't want to
No.
show him what he had done to you. Anything like
No.
that. Well, once again, that even in that situation, not being that type of person, that's another positive sign to me. So it's good to hear that. Now you talked about raising your children. What about his two, the two children from your first marriage?
He didn't want nothing to do with them.
Okay. Now, do you have contact with them?
No.
Okay. So, no contact,
No
no
contact,
communications,
no nothing.
nothing like that.
I don't even know what school we're going to.
Okay. And he didn't want anything to do with them either. Any contact, communication with your first husband?
No.
Okay. So your first husband and your first two children are pretty much out of the picture. I guess, non-existent as far as your life and your dealings with them.
Until I can find them again, and then we're going to try and...
So now you're
Get back
focusing
contact.
everything on your two children.
Right.
Okay. Tell me about how you're wanting to and how you're going to raise your two children. What are you going to instill in them? What are you going to teach them?
I mean, family values. I've got to teach Cody that it's not right to hit a woman, so we don't, because he beats up on his little sister.
Okay.
I've got to turn him around to where it's not right to hit a woman.
Right.
Just because you seen your dad do it, don't mean you can do it. I got to turn him around. Just give him a happy childhood.
Right.
Not one where they can't go fishing because it hurt to fish, or they can't ride the four-wheeler because they're grounded.
Right.
Kids don't need to be grounded over everything.
Sure. So you want to raise them?
I want to raise them the way my
right.
parents raised me.
Like we say here in the South, you want to raise them right.
Yeah.
With the good morals, the good values. Of course, teach them right from wrong. Teach them they have to accept responsibility for their actions and things like that and be held responsible, but also...
Well, we're doing that now with Cody. He hits Ariel. It's the matter of Papa holding him down, and he gets a kiss from Ariel.
Right.
Which totally freaks him out, but
Right.
but that's his punishment right now, and it's working.
Okay.
So.
Well, Denise, tell me who is the most important person in your life right now? Who would you say is the most important person?
Well, I love my two kids to death, but right now it'd have to be my parents for helping me out through this.
Yeah, I was going to ask what makes you say your parents? What gives you that conviction?
I don't have any money up here.
Okay.
I mean, I had nothing. I could get nothing after something happened to him.
Okay.
So right now, they're planning on paying for my insurance for my car, for Ed's car. They're willing to pay for the funeral, for his cremation.
Okay.
They're putting both my kids in school, getting them school clothes. They're giving me money if I need it. So they're pulling a lot out of their pocket and turning their life upside down to help me right now.
Right. All right. Denise, do you have any questions so far about anything we've talked about? Anything about the process? Any questions whatsoever? Do you feel like you need to take a break or anything? That's another thing.
Well, I am going to go to the restroom before we...
Okay. Do you feel like you need to go now, or do you want to keep going?
Keep going.
Okay. All right. Well, Denise, what I'd like to do is I would like to explain to you how the polygraph test works, what it's based off of, all the components that you see on the chair, what they do, what they measure, and what they record, okay?
The polygraph examiner explains how the test works to Denise.
So nervousness is not going to affect the test today. It's only going to be those changes, those involuntary physiological changes that's going to be measured and recorded, okay? Does that make a little bit of sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Denise, do you want to talk about something?
It's mind-boggling.
Okay. But other than that, it seems like that there might be something you want to talk about. Is there anything at all that you want to discuss before we even, continue any further? Is there anything else that you want to get off your chest right now? Something we can discuss that'll make you feel better? Anything at all? Because I want you to understand, I'm here to listen to you, okay? I want to hear what you have to say. If there's something more out there than what you've told other people, I'm here. I can lend an ear to you, and I want to hear. I want to try to get this situation resolved.
So do I. And
You just look like you have something you want to say, and I sure hope if you have something that you would tell me, and that you feel comfortable enough to tell me, because I sure don't want you to sit there with something eating away at you, because I want to hear what you have to say, and that's what I'm here for. So if
well,
there's
you know, I mean, Ed's got 2 other kids,
okay,
and you know, Terry's been telling them everything that I want to know, you know, and they're both saying that, well, it don't matter what you do, Terry's looking at you anyway.
okay,
You know, and it's driving me nuts knowing I don't even know, much less how Ed died, much less when he died.
okay.
But I've got both his kids saying, well, you're the one they're looking at, and you're the one that they want to take the polygraph test, and they're not giving anybody else one.
Okay.
You know, and
Do you believe everything that's coming from his kids?
well, I'm hearing
Because you have to
they
think-
don't communicate. One lives in Pittsburgh and one lives in Texas.
Okay.
They don't communicate because they don't like each other. And
What kind of relationship do you have with Ed's 2 kids?
me and his son gets along great.
Okay.
I mean, Ed hasn't seen him either in like 13 years.
Right.
Because him and Ed didn't get along. His daughter, we so get along. We clash, but we so get along. Because she's close to my age, and she
Right.
just can't get over that hump that, oh, well, Daddy married somebody close to my age, you know.
Right.
But me and her get along good. I don't particularly care for her, but I put up with her because she is, you know, my husband's daughter.
Okay.
But, you know, when I'm hearing basically the same story, and then I've got David calling, well, you need to call me, I've talked to Terry, or you need to call me constantly.
Well,
I'm just,
all I can say from a law enforcement perspective is, I'm not sure how they're conducting their investigation.
no
But
either.
Key Largo's a long way from here, Monroe County is, but I would almost venture to say he's not releasing anything to them. I think
Well,
that,
then how are they finding out this information?
how do you know that what they're telling you is true? How do you know that they're not just making it up? You're going off of what they say as you're believing to be the truth, but you for yourself don't even know if what they're saying is true. You see what I'm saying? You're just assuming that what they're telling you is the truth, but you don't know for sure. So you see, does that make sense to you? So what they're telling you, they could just be making it up. You just never know. So, you okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you need to take a break or anything?
I'll probably go to the bathroom.
Would you like to go ahead and go now?
Because I know I can't go out and have a cigarette.
Okay. No, I can't let you smoke. What I normally do is there's a section before we do the test where I give you the option for a break. However, if you think you need one now, if you'd like to step to the restroom and use the restroom and get some water, definitely don't want to withhold you from doing that. So do you feel comfortable? Do you want to go
Well, I
ahead?
do need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll take a break right now. And I'll steer you in the right direction.
I drank a sweet tea all the way over here.
Okay. What I want you to do, if you walk straight out that the front door, take a right just before. Let me have a seat. Denise, the next thing I'd like to talk about is some things that give people problems during their polygraph test. Now, since you learned that you were going to be taking a polygraph test, have you taken the time to do any type of research about the test?
Yeah.
look it up on a computer search, talk to somebody who's recently had one, even not your dad. Now, he's retired law enforcement, correct? Has he given you any,
He don't know
advice?
anything about these
Okay.
either. He says, I've never had to do one of
Okay.
these.
So you've not talked to anybody, tried to read any articles, anything like that? Have you come across anybody that's tried to give you any tips or tricks on how to take the test, what to
Nobody's
do?
ever taken the test at all.
Because a lot of the times people do a little bit of research about the test to calm that innocent curiosity. They want to know just what to expect, what's going to happen, how long is it going to take, what kind of questions are going to be asked. So sometimes people do a computer search or talk to somebody who's recently had one, but in doing that, sometimes they're led to believe some bad information, okay? They're led to believe that even though they have nothing to hide, even though they're innocent, they still have to help themselves pass the polygraph test. So they're led to believe that they have to do certain things, and I'm not going to put in your mind any ideas, if you haven't been told, that they have to do things to help themselves pass, that the instrument needs your help, the examiner needs your help, and things like that. Well, what they do is they come in and they do certain things that they've read or been told by a friend, and what it does is it messes their test up, okay? Because if you don't follow my instructions and my directions, if you try to help yourself pass, what it does in return, it makes it impossible for me to show that you're telling the truth. Okay? So if you've read anything, heard anything from anybody saying that you have to help yourself pass, forget all of that, okay? Because I am going to explain to you what you're going to need to do to pass your test today, all right? And if somebody came in here trying to, say, beat or cheat the test, intentionally, they're doing things that they know that they're not supposed to. What kind of person do you think is that?
Not a very good one.
You think somebody who's a liar? You think that's somebody who's innocent or guilty?
Guilty.
Absolutely, because if you had nothing to hide, then you would follow the directions of the examiner and you wouldn't try to go out of your way to try any tips or tricks or anything to beat or cheat the test. So what I want to make sure of is that you haven't been led to believe that you have to do anything special to help yourself pass the test today, because I'm going to explain what you need to do. And if I see anything out of the ordinary, if I see something that's not normal in the tracings, which I know it's supposed to look normal, what do you think I might think of you?
I'm not telling the truth.
Sure, you're doing something intentionally because you have something to hide, okay? So I don't want to run into any of those problems. So if you've heard of anything else, just forget it. And I'm going to tell you how you're going to pass your test today. All you got to do is two simple things, okay? One, what do you think is the first and most important thing that you have to do today?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. And let me express this. It's got to be 100% true. I can't have anything less than that, okay? I know that sometimes people say, call lies, little lies, small lies, white lies. However, what people don't understand is even when you lie about something small, when you have this little white lie, your body still exhibits those same physiological changes because it's an automatic response. It's something you can't control. So the polygraph instrument, it can't decipher between a small lie, a little white lie, a big lie. All it knows is you're exhibiting these physiological changes that occur when you're lying about something, okay? So I can't stress to you enough, it's got to be 100% truth, because the instrument, it's not going to know the difference, okay? So you have to be 100% honest with me. And two, you have to follow some very simple instructions, all right? I'm going to give you simple instructions such as, please remain still. Keep both of your feet flat on the floor. Face the wall in front of you. Okay? Now, as long as you can do those few things, which you've been able to do so far, you've been able to follow my instructions and talk to me and interact with me and sit still so far, you shouldn't have any trouble during the test today. However, if you do anything outside the scope of my instructions, something you may have heard or read, trying to cheat or beat the test, that's where we're going to run into problems, and I'm going to say, hey, Denise is doing it intentionally because she's got something to hide. So just do those few things that I explained to you. You shouldn't have any problems today. Okay? Any questions on that? No? All right. Okay. Talk what I want to do now is I want to talk about what you know about this incident. Okay? Let's talk firsthand knowledge. All right? Tell me in your words what you know about this incident.
From what I know from reading the papers or from what I know from people talking?
What have you been told by the investigators? What do you know other than that? You can tell me, what you know, not necessarily what you're hearing from, his children, because there's no telling where they're getting that information from if they're making it up. But tell me what you've learned from investigators, firsthand knowledge, things like that.
All I know is I left my husband Saturday the 23rd. I come to my grandmother's. I went to my mother's on the 22nd. I got a phone call from David, and at 7:30 in the morning I was asleep, and he says, "You need to wake up, they just found your husband murdered." And at that point I was going ballistics. I mean, I was a feeling of mixed emotions at that point. If I would have been there, what would have happened? Could I have protected him? Could they have killed me? And so I hung up the phone with him. I called my mom and dad because they were in Biloxi at that time, and they had every neighbor over there watching out for me while they got back from Biloxi. And they come back, and then mom and dad got home, and David called me and said, "They're tearing your boat apart. You need to figure out what you're going to do with these boats, but right now it's under investigation." He says they just removed what we thought was Ed on the boat, but his body was too decomposed. So I'm thinking, okay, and then the next day, Terry Smith and Kenny come up, and they questioned me. They asked me about belts, about garbage cans, just the events that has happened. And I told them everything I knew, but from what I understand, somebody went in there with something, and it was blunt force trauma, according to the newspapers.
Okay.
It was blunt force trauma, and he was decomposed, and basically, that's all I know right now.
Okay.
David said something about being stuffed in a hole, but I don't, that's him talking. I couldn't imagine in the boat where he could have been, because we had everything stuffed everywhere.
Okay. When you hear somebody say blunt force trauma, okay, I've got my understanding and meaning to what that is, but I want to make sure and understand what you associate that with. When somebody says somebody died from blunt force trauma, what does that mean to you? What is blunt force trauma? What do you associate that with?
Well, from watching CSI, it means hitting the head
Okay.
with a blunt object.
Okay. So
That's what I take it as.
okay, somebody being hit in the head with something. Okay. If somebody said that somebody was beat, would that be the same thing as blunt force trauma in your opinion?
Well, beating to me is just like a fist fight,
Okay.
So
when they say blunt force trauma, you associate that with being hit in the head. That's your definition. That's your understanding of that terminology.
Yeah. Well, the newspaper said blunt force trauma to the head.
Okay. The newspaper said that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what if, let's say they didn't put to the head, let's just say he died of blunt force trauma. What would you associate that terminology with, that phrase alone with?
That he had been. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, blunt force could mean you've been hit anywhere
Okay. All right.
with a hard object.
So
Or slammed against something and, you know,
right. So in the newspaper, and what newspaper was that? You recall?
keynoter.
The Key Noter.
Mhm.
Okay. It said he died from blunt force trauma to the head.
Mhm.
So you associate that with, in your opinion, in your terminology, somebody hit him in the head with something. Okay. Now going back to what you said initially, you said that you left on Saturday the 23rd.
Mhm.
Okay. But then you said something about the 22nd. Did you mean another date? You said you left on the 23rd.
Mhm.
When did you get to your parents' house?
I left the 23rd. I drove to my grandmother's that night. I was
Okay.
there about 10:30. Sunday, my uncle fixed the brakes on my car. Monday morning, I left and come up to my parents.
Okay, so you arrived there on the 24th?
25th,
25th, okay. And when did you get the phone call?
the 2nd,
Okay.
at 7:30 in the morning.
And that was by David?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, how did David find out so quickly about Ed?
Because from what I understand from David, they knocked on his boat to find out who was on our boat.
Okay. And where is Ed's boat compared to y'all's boat?
You mean David's boat compared to ours?
David's boat compared to y'all's boat.
Right there.
But they sit beside each other?
Right in front of and behind each other.
Okay.
David is right behind us and we're right in front of him.
Okay.
There's a dock maybe that wide between both of us.
Okay. So that's how he got his knowledge, that they were looking for neighbors and things like that?
Mhm. I guess. They just said they knocked on his hole and
Okay. Now that first phone call, what did he tell you? Can you remember specifically what the content of that first phone call was on the second?
he woke me. I was asleep on the couch. The kids were in a tent on the floor.
Okay.
I heard the phone ring. I answered it. You know, hello. He says, Denise, is this you? I says, yeah. He says, are you awake? I says, no, not really. What's going on, David? He says, well, you need to wake up and get awake because the cops just knocked on my door and they found Ed murdered on the boat. And to just be woke up with something like that, I went hysterics. I ended up having to take my medication. I had to get somebody over to the house because I had both kids still asleep, but I was just frantic. So I called my mom in Biloxi, woke them up, and they called the neighbors and got them over to the house.
So he just said that he had been found on the boat. That's about the extent of it. That he was murdered. Any more details? Did he provide you with any other details other than that?
Not at that time because actually I hung up on him.
Okay. So
And
when did he call you back?
he called me back about 8 o'clock
Okay.
that same morning.
Okay. About 30 minutes later.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he tell you then?
He asked me how I was doing. I says, not good, but what's going on? You know, he says, well, I'm going to have that lady that's trying to buy your boat contact you today. I says, David, I says, my husband was just found dead on the boat. I says, I've got to deal with one thing first. I can't go selling the boat right now because the boat's still in his name.
Mm-hmm.
He says, oh, well then I guess you don't need me to FedEx to go ahead and sell the boat for you. I says, not with all this happening. He says, well, they're still investigating it. They're calling it a murder, and he said that that he was stuffed somewhere. I said, what do you mean? He says, oh, well, I'm not going into it, but I'll call you back and keep you posted.
Okay.
And he hung up, and I hadn't heard from him since until 3 or 4 days ago. And we just keep letting the answer machine get it when we see his number. Because Terry said, well, it'd be a good idea not to do that, but then while we were up here, maybe we do a recorded phone call.
Okay. So he was able to say, or the information you got from him was he was stuffed somewhere. Did he give you any type of details about where?
No.
Or anything else?
No.
Is that the terminology he used?
Yeah.
Stuffed. Okay.
And, whenever I started questioning him on it, he's like, oh, well, I gotta go. I'll keep you informed.
Okay. So you're saying he didn't elaborate any further?
Nope.
Okay. Anything else? Any other knowledge? What else have you heard? What else have you read?
I can't really remember what the paper said last night. I just found it on the internet and I glanced through it and I let Mom and Dad read it. That's basically all I know. There was no forced injury. So it's just that it was blunt force trauma to the head, and just from what David told me.
And you said David has called back
Twice.
since, but you haven't talked to him whatsoever.
Uh-uh.
So the last time you're saying you talked to David was around 8 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd.
Right.
Okay. And he's called back twice, but you've had no contact
Right.
with him either by phone. Okay. All right. So what has the investigators told you this other than
The
what?
investigators are basically keeping me in the dark.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know hardly anything from them.
Okay, well what did they tell you?
Oh boy. They did tell me when they were up at the house to don't get my hopes up, but it might not be Ed, but then again it might, because the body was so decomposed.
Okay.
They took DNA samples from my kids to match to his DNA, but they ended up getting it by fingerprints to identify him. And then they called me up and told me that they positively identified him and asked me about sheets on the bed and comforters and little stuff like that. I answered their questions and that's about it.
Okay. So we've already kind of talked about. You've walked me a little bit through your day, the day that you left. Can we go over that one more time on that Saturday that you were leaving? Tell me about what happened when you woke up that morning and go from there.
I woke up that morning and he, like he said, he said that he didn't want to be around me that morning because that was the morning I was going to leave, or the day I was going to leave, and he didn't want to be around me. So for me to go out and have coffee on my own. I said, okay. So I went out and I had coffee on my own until about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And then I went to the bank, pulled out what he told me to pull out to be able to make it up here. And I got back about 2, and he turned around and he left probably 2:30, 3 o'clock. He said he didn't want to see me back on the boat when he got there. I said, okay. So I packed all my stuff up, went over to the tiki bar, got a glass of water, and left.
How long did it take you to gather your items up, and what did you wind up taking off the boat?
All my kids' stuff. I had packed my clothes, just about all of my clothes, in with the kids' clothes.
Okay.
When I sent them up. I packed up my dolphins, all my dolphin stuff. I packed up keepsakes from the kids, stuff that was still left in the kids' room. and important papers for enrolling them in school up here. My bathroom stuff, my dentures and the cream and all that. And just basically little knickknacks here and there.
Okay.
Put it in the car and I took the cat.
Okay.
I took the cat and I went over to the bar. I left the car running with the cat in it in a pet cage while I sat down and had a drink of water.
Okay.
But I weren't going to leave the cat there because he just tried throwing him overboard the night before.
And this was Saturday the 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time you're saying that you had seen him is when he left.
When he left going for a walk.
He
He
went.
just said he was going to go for a walk. He didn't want me on the boat when he got back.
Okay. So from the time he left till the time you left, how much time went by?
About an hour and a half, 2 hours. But I spent 30 minutes of that sitting over at the bar drinking water.
So was it normal for him to go on walks, or is that just something he did that day?
I guess it was just something he did that day because he'd normally say, well, I'm going to go over to the bathrooms. And he'd take 30, 40 minutes, to go over to the bathrooms. And I never really questioned it. He questioned me and the kids going to the bathroom, but I never questioned him.
Now, why would he question you going to the bathroom?
He gave me 30 minutes to go get a shower. And if I weren't back in 30 minutes, he'd come looking for me.
Okay.
We had 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, to use the bathroom, and come back.
Okay. Now, what made him like this? There's got to be there's got to be some reason, some explanation. Was he suspicious of something about you? Was he,
I never gave him a reason to be suspicious. I mean, when me and David's the only people that talked over there.
Okay.
And David just lost his wife in December.
Okay.
And, he'd get down and depressed, which is natural.
Okay.
And, he'd call me up, hey, Denise, can you come over and sit with me and cheer me up? Because I seemed to be the only person that knew how to crack a joke right to be able to cheer him up. And, Ed would know. I'd say, honey, I'm going to go over here to David's. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
And I'd go over there. I'd have a Coke with him. He'd drink. He started drinking real heavy. I try and slow him down on his drinks and whatnot. And we'd sit there and I'd talk and we'd talk and I'd get him cheered up and in a better mood and fix him supper,
So how was Ed's attitude towards you and David? When you say
Well,
going over there, was he ever suspicious
no,
of anything?
no.
At any time did you and David, how would you explain your relationship with David?
It started out as co-workers.
Okay.
And then after his wife died, me and Ed started fixing supper for him at night, and I'd take it over to him.
Okay.
Just because he quit eating.
Right.
So I wanted to make sure that he got, food in his stomach. There was another lady there that took care of him. So we just kind of took over, me and her, as like being the mother hen.
Okay. Now, where'd y'all work together?
They're at the boatyard. They're at the marina.
And how long had y'all known each other?
About 8 years.
Okay. So you'd known him
We've
quite a
known
while.
him quite a while, yeah.
So was there any more to your relationship?
No.
Anything sexual whatsoever?
No.
Did you desire anything sexual with David? Did David desire anything sexual from you?
That's hard to tell because everyone he talks to, he always throws those little innuendos in there.
Mm-hmm.
As into, well, you could be my girlfriend or you could
Right.
come move on the boat,
Did he ever hit on you? Did he ever make any attempts?
No, we didn't. We just give each other a hug, a friendly hug
Okay.
before we left, anywhere we were. Because he was always so down and out and I was going through my problems,
Okay.
So he'd reach over and he'd give me a hug, and we'd say bye, but that's
Okay.
about it. Just friendly hugs.
Any other type of physical contact with the two of you? Any type of,
He'd kiss me on the cheek.
Okay. How about any type of kissing other than, what you would call a friendly kiss on the cheek?
No.
Any type of kissing on the lips, the mouth?
We didn't do that.
Any type of, other than a hug, touching you on your body, and, any
No.
other part of your body?
No.
No type of sexual touching?
No.
Or, what I guess maybe you would call groping each other,
No.
anything like that? Never.
No.
None of that. So.
It was just friendly hugs, hi, bye.
Okay. So once again, any particular reason Ed would be so strict on you and the kids and time constraints? What that there had to be some reason.
I wish I knew.
Okay.
I mean, a friend of mine would come over, and she'd be like, "Hey Ed, can I take Denise over to the bar?" He's like, "Yeah, for 20 minutes." She's my best friend. She was his best friend. And he turned on her too. He's like, "Well, I don't want her over here."
So he didn't have a problem with you and what time you did spend with David.
No.
That there was no Ed didn't mind that. He was okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you know when the last time anybody heard from Ed?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. I mean, I tried calling him. I think it was Thursday, because that's the Thursday after I got up here, because I left my ATM card in the machine over in Crestview at the Bank of America Walmart in Crestview, and they wouldn't give me the card back because I had his name on it, so I needed him to go to the Bank of America down there and have them really call up here to release the card, but I didn't get anything but his voicemail.
Okay.
It went straight to his voicemail. I left a message and he never called me back.
Denise, who do you think could have done this? Who would have had the best opportunity? Who do you think would have had a reason to do this?
Well, I know the last couple weeks I was there, him and David weren't getting along too well,
Okay.
because David called us up one night about 2.5 weeks prior to me leaving. He had called us up one night at 12:15.
Mm-hmm.
He was drunk. David was drunk. And the next morning at coffee, me and Ed sitting there having coffee, and David, pulls up and comes in. And Ed just makes friendly conversation, like, "What's an old geezer like you doing out at 12:15 at night, And David's like, "Well, I wouldn't be calling myself an old geezer. You're an old geezer too, and if I were you, I'd just shut the F up." And at that point, Ed's like, "That's it. I don't want nothing else to do with him." He says, "If you want to fix him supper, go ahead. I will not put his generator back together. I will not help him no more."
Okay.
And I'm like, okay.
And when was this incident?
About 2.5 weeks prior to me leaving.
Okay.
So Ed would walk by David and not even say a word. Ariel would run up to him, give him a great big hug and kiss, because she considered him grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was around when she was a baby. But, and Cody just adored him. So, but them two they weren't talking to each other. But,
Do you think that little bit of a spat would have been reason enough to do this?
I would never think about it as being a reason to, but David works security there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone comes in or out, he knows about it. He knows everything that goes on around that place. I I don't know why he would if he did.
So if a stranger would have come in and tried to get on y'all's boat, you think David would have known?
I'm pretty sure he would have.
Do you know if David's reported any type of strangers being around in the area or coming to the marina, anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Anybody close to Ed that you can think that would have wanted to do this? Anybody else?
There ain't no one that lives down here around Ed that we know of.
Okay. So no, I mean when I asked you that question, you mentioned David. Anybody else that you can think of that would have a reason? Anybody else that you could think of that would go as far as doing that?
There was a guy and a girl that come to look at the sailboat because we were trying to sell it.
Mm-hmm.
And they got mad because we wouldn't sell it to them for $6,000. We wanted the whole $10,000. They got mad and she went stomping off the boat, left her drunk husband sitting on our boat for us to discuss it, but then he left and we didn't. She said that she was going to North Carolina to visit her grandkids. Well, Saturday when I left, I walked in to check the mail before I left, and she's sitting there working in the office. I mean, she never did go to South or North Carolina. So, we were showing the boat to a bunch of people.
Right. Okay.
But
Denise, who do you think would have had the best opportunity to do something like this?
I hate to say it, but the only person I could think of is David being security. Because he works till 2, 3 o'clock at night.
Okay.
After everyone's already gone to bed and asleep. And
in your opinion, is David the type of person who's capable of doing this?
he's always told me if he saw me with a black eye again, he had 38 for it. Because David's seen me with several black eyes.
Okay.
But I just passed it off as, yeah, right, okay, whatever.
Do you think it came to that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Denise, is there anything else, any other knowledge that you have of the incident? Anything else that you know? Any other involvement whatsoever?
No, I don't.
Okay. And just to make sure of something, have you ever hit Ed before?
No.
Okay. Never.
That would have been the biggest mistake I would have ever done.
Okay. So you've never hit Ed?
Mm-mm.
Not with a hand, an
No.
object,
No.
anything like that.
His motive was it's better to kill the bitch than divorce her. And so I never even raised my voice to him.
So at no time within the last month or two did you hit him with anything?
No. No.
And you're saying you've never hit him?
I've never hit it. That would have been the worst scenario.
You said something about David telling you he was stuffed somewhere. Okay, you know that boat. I don't know that boat. I've never seen the boat.
Right.
Where do you think David's talking about? Where do you think Ed could have been stuffed? I mean, you know the boat, so where do you think it is a good place that could
The
have been?
only 3 places that I know of, and technically they're not even places a body could go into,
Okay.
especially being as big and tall as Ed was. You had the engine over here, a left-hand engine and a right-hand engine.
Okay.
Those beds lifted up, but you had the engines there with the
Okay.
transmissions and all of that. The other place was in the living room. Underneath the blue carpet, there was a hatch you could lift up, but there was a generator and most of our storage stuff under there.
Okay.
So I have no idea where he might have even been talking about.
Right.
Because there's no room in either of the engine compartments. It's on separate beds. You got a walkway in the middle. But you got two big 360 Chryslers sitting in there, or Mercruisers, with a V-drive and all of that. There's no place to put anybody in there. In the front, you had to unscrew the carpet to even get under the under the hatch up front, because we never went in there because we never used a generator.
Well, and speaking of carpet, you mentioned something about he was taking some carpet up. Where was that in the boat?
It was back in our bedroom. We were working on the left-hand engine, trying to get it to run. And he was down inside working on it, with putting transmission fluid back in the transmission, because we had to pull the transmission because the freeze plugs were rusted out and there was water in the transmission. So we had to pull that off. Well, he was down there putting transmission fluid in the transmission, refilling it up, and he went to hand me a container of oil, the black oil, and I dropped it.
Okay.
And it went on the floor in the carpet. And he started screaming and hollering and yelling at me about that, because I just messed up his carpet.
Okay. When you say he pulled it up or took it up, did he replace it right then, or what do you mean he pulled it up and took it up? What did he actually do?
He pulled it up off the floor.
Okay. Like all the carpet in the bedroom?
Yeah. Right to the steps and then into the bathroom.
Okay. Like the whole piece of carpet?
Right, except for in the bathroom, it was too much work to undo there was like a step guard that was nailed down.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to deal with that, so he just cut the carpet.
Okay.
And he rolled it up and took it out with him. I don't know where he put it or anything, but he took it out with him, and he told me that he didn't want to see me when he got back.
Right. Okay. Do you think the person who was responsible for this would have been close to Ed, would have had knowledge of your boat, things like that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure what really happened. Or, when it happened, how it happened, because you don't just go through the door of a boat not knowing what's on the other side when there's only one way in. I mean, somebody had to know where he was at. So, I mean, I don't know.
Can you even elaborate, Denise, on what you even think happened? What, in your mind, if you could formulate something, tell me what in your words you think might have happened.
I think what might have happened, they had to be very strong to do it, because Ed was a strong guy, is somebody got aggravated the way that he was treating me and the kids. And when I left there, I had a black eye when I left there. Somebody probably just got fed up with the way he was treating me and the kids and confronted him about it. It turned into a brawl. It's the only way I can figure any of that happening.
Okay. And who do you think would have been the only person to have confronted him about that?
Well, all the other guys basically kept back to themselves. Didn't really say much to Ed because they didn't like him. But David would have been the one that confronted him about it. And with Ed not liking David anyway because of what he just told him, Ed would have puffed up and got all angry about it. Because he was just the fight back kind of guy. He wanted everything peachy on the outside, but everything that happened inside stay inside.
I'm just going to be flat out and blunt with you, okay, Denise? Did you have any involvement in this whatsoever?
No. No, sir.
You know, talk to anybody about it?
No.
Any planning, participating, anything,
No.
anything whatsoever, any part?
No, I didn't.
You know, talk to David about doing it.
No.
Bring it to his attention, even hint towards it.
No.
Did you do it? Did you hit it?
No.
Do you know for sure, Denise, who would have done this? Do you know for sure who would
Not
have?
for sure, no.
But if one person were to stick out in your mind, who would that one person be?
It'd probably be David.
Okay. Have you learned any more details that you know are true since you've talked to the investigators?
I haven't talked to the investigators since they questioned me about the blankets on the bed. And
That's what I'm saying.
anything
Have you
after
learned
that.
any more information about the
Not from
incident
them.
since you've talked to them?
Not from them.
Denise, tell me how it made you feel when they requested and asked you if you minded taking a polygraph test. How'd that make you feel?
I told them right off, yeah. Yeah, I'd do it.
Okay.
Just because I wanted to prove that I had nothing to do with this. And to get it off my shoulders too, that, let them know I'd cooperate in any way, that I wanted to figure out what was going on too.
Right. Okay. And once again, what do you think, Denise, should happen to the person who is responsible for this?
They need to stand trial and be accused as the jurors accuse it, If they accept death penalty, then so be it. But I at least want answers on why. Would they have killed me if I was there? Or is it just a revenge thing? I don't know. After talking to the detectives, I'm not even sure who I was even married to. With his DEA past and having something expunged. Was he arrested for something? Or, he told me about dealing drugs and had pictures of him with drugs and airplanes, but he always told me it was on the up and up for the government. I never figured anything else about it.
Denise, is there any other information that you want to talk about right now that you know that you haven't told me about, that you haven't told any of the investigators about? Anything else that you want to talk about? Any knowledge about this incident before we continue?
Not that I can think of. Other than not really knowing what happened or how it's going. They haven't even released the body yet.
Right.
I'm sitting here trying to somehow get on with my life, and I can't even get them to release the body to where I can, in 4 weeks, get a death certificate to even start getting any money. Me and my kids are up here penniless and broke.
Right.
Until I get a death certificate, and that's going to take 3 or 4 weeks. I just want to get all this stuff done and over and behind me.
Okay. All right, Denise, do you have any other questions? Anything else that you want to offer or add? Because we're to the point where I feel like we're ready to review the questions for the test, okay? So before we do that, do you have anything else you want to discuss? Anything else you want to talk about?
Right off hand.
Okay. All right. You feel okay to continue? Do you need any more breaks or anything? Because what I like to do is, once I review the questions for the test, I like to go straight into the test. That way the questions are fresh in your mind. There's no distractions. The questions, there's not going to be any lag time, any downtime. So I know you just had a break, but do you feel like you need another restroom break, or do you feel like you can go ahead and continue throughout the rest of the process?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
The only kind of break I need would be for a cigarette. We can't do that.
Yeah, unfortunately not right yet. You can go ahead and just relax back in your chair. You can go ahead and sit back and just relax back. Now, do you refer to him, you've referred to him as Ed, is that what you normally call him? Denise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to review the questions with you on the test, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to cover two issues on this test today. One is, of course, going to be the issue of if you had any involvement with Ed being hit with something, all right? So I'm going to ask you some direct questions about the incident itself, okay? The second issue is your honesty, your trustworthiness, and are you the type of person who could have done something like this? Are you capable of that? Which we covered in your background, trying to get an idea of how you were raised, where you came from, see if you exhibited those traits, those characteristics of someone who could have done something like this, or someone who could have knowledge and could lie about it, cover up for someone or try to protect someone. So I'm going to ask you some questions to help determine that you're not the type of person who could have done this, or that you are the type of person, okay? And I'm going to ask you a question that is going to show that you're going to be truthful, or show that you're not going to be truthful about the questions on the test, okay? So, one of the questions that I'm going to ask you on the test, Denise, I'm going to ask you, regarding Ed getting hit, do you intend to answer truthfully each question about that? And what I want you to do is when I ask you the question, I want you to give me the verbal response that you're going to give me during the test.
Mm-hmm.
So when I ask you regarding Ed getting hit, do you intend to answer truthfully each question about that?
Yes,
Okay. You know what I mean by that?
yes,
Okay, and that you're saying you're going to be truthful.
yes.
Okay. Now, the questions about the incident, about if you've had any involvement, if you have been part of this, okay? I'm going to ask you, did you hit Ed?
No,
Okay. Now, what does that mean to you when I ask you that?
what do you mean, does it mean, what does it mean?
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, you're asking me if I did it.
Okay. Did you hit Ed? And you said that you've never even hit Ed. Okay. So you're saying that you did not hit Ed in this incident. And that's what I'm talking about, this incident right here. But you said you've never hit him, so you shouldn't have anything that would, contaminate that question, because you said you've never hit him. Okay. I'm going to ask you, did you have any involvement with Ed getting hit?
No,
Okay. Now, what does that question mean to you?
did I hire a hitman?
Did you hire somebody? Did you talk to somebody? Did you ask somebody to do it? Did you help somebody do it? Did you hit Ed? Did you help do whatever with his body? Involvement in any way could be paying somebody, asking somebody, getting somebody's help, you helping them, anything like that. So you understand what I mean with that question, okay? Another question I'm going to ask you for direct involvement to make sure, see if you had any involvement. Do you know for sure who hit Ed?
No,
Okay. Now, how would you know for sure? There's basically one of three ways, okay? One, if you did it, you would know that you hit Ed. You agree with me on that?
Mhm.
Number two, you would know for sure if you were there. If you saw somebody hit Ed, you would know for sure. And number three, if somebody told you they did it, okay? Has anybody told you that they've done it? Has David admitted to you? Has David said anything? Okay. Has anybody told you anything? Has anybody admitted to hitting him? Okay. So, you understand what I mean by that question. So when I ask you, do you know for sure who hit Ed, you're going to answer, okay. You understand those questions? You understand what I'm asking you? Okay. All right. Now, let me ask you the questions to help determine if you are or if you're not the type of person who could have done this. Because like I said, if I can't rule you out as the type of person capable of this, guess who they're going to keep focusing on?
no,
Okay? And once again, it goes back to how you were raised. We've talked about it. We've gotten, I've built a little bit of history, starting basically from a child on up till, college and then jobs. You said you're not a violent person. You haven't ever wanted to get revenge on anybody. Nobody's ever made you mad enough to try to hurt or harm them. You're not the type of person who lies to friends, family, loved ones.
Right.
You're not the type of person who's going to lie to try to avoid getting out of trouble or try to avoid accepting responsibility. So what I'm going to do, that's what you've told me during our interview, so what I'm going to do is ask you some questions to reinforce that, okay? So one of the questions I'm going to ask you, prior to 2005, okay, now we're talking 2 years. We're not even talking any time here recently, okay? Prior to 2005, did you ever get so mad at someone that you wanted to hurt them? Okay, because that shows that if you were, that you would maybe be the type of person capable of being able to do this, okay? So I also want to ask you some questions to see if you're capable of being the type of person who could lie about it, like I said, cover it up, have some involvement, cover it up, things of that nature. So I'm going to ask you before your 32nd birthday. Now we're talking, you said you're 34, so we're still talking 2 years back, okay? Did you ever tell a lie to someone who trusted you?
No.
Okay, and because what does that mean to you? There's a lot of people that could trust you, and if you were the type of person that could lie to someone who trusted you, what's to say that you wouldn't tell a lie to me, a complete stranger? Because let's face it, a lot of people trust you, such as your parents, they trust you, grandparents, teachers, preachers, principals, bosses, managers, even law enforcement, we trust you to tell the truth, okay? So any problems with that question? All right. And I'm also going to ask you, before the age of 32, did you ever tell a lie to stay out of trouble?
No.
Okay? Because once again, that might show some of those traits or characteristics. Because you can tell a lie to stay out of trouble, you know, if you did something as a kid and blamed it on a sibling, a brother, sister, if you did something that you tried to stay out of trouble with law enforcement, or, you know, did something to try to stay out of trouble, you called in sick for some reason. So, any problems with that question? All right. So that's going to cover the type of person that you are, okay? Now, I'm going to ask you another type of question. It's what I call a known truth or a comparison type question, okay? And it's going to be something that I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And it's very simple. Are you now in the state of Florida?
Yeah.
Okay, we can prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt. I promise you, you're still in Florida, even though you're in Pensacola, which is pretty close to Alabama, you're still in the state of Florida. So, any problems with any of those questions? Do you understand each of those questions? You understand their content? You understand what I'm asking you? Okay. Any problems that you want to talk to me about any of those questions? Anything you don't understand? Anything you're not sure of? Or are you okay with them? Do you understand each of those questions? Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Out of all those questions that I just asked you, which ones do you think are the most important?
They're all important, but
Absolutely.
the one when we're
That's-
doing in Florida is not.
Well, that's what I want you to understand. This isn't like your typical academic test. A 90 is not a passing grade. This test, you have to pass all the questions to pass, okay? You have to be honest on all of these questions, because if you're not, then we're going to run into some problems, okay? So I didn't want you to think that you could still get an 80 or a 90 and still pass. You've got to be 100% honest with me. So, any questions about those questions, or are you ready to go ahead and continue?
Well, right now my heart's racing.
Okay, that's okay.
Minutes, but
That's all right. What we're going to do is, during the test, if you hear a tap on the keyboard or a click on the mouse, I don't want you to let that worry you, because those are things that I normally have to do to make the test run and function, okay? Also, going back to the questions. Now, those are going to be the only questions that I ask you during the test. No other questions. I'm not going to ask you anything else other than what we just reviewed, okay? However, I'm not going to ask you those questions in the same order. Okay, I will mix the order up on how I ask you those questions, but there's not going to be any other questions that I ask of you. So don't let that concern you about anything else. Once again, during the test, if you hear a tap, a click, anything like that, those are normal things that I have to do to make the test run and function, okay? Any questions that you have so far? You ready to go ahead and get started?
no, but I have to.
No, that's not the answer that I want to hear, Denise. You don't have to do anything. Nobody is forcing you, okay? Like I said, Denise, if there's something that you want to talk about, if there's something else more that you know
I don't
more of.
know anymore else, but
Okay.
I've never done this before.
Okay.
It's terrifying the crap out of me.
All right. Well, like I
I
said,
don't want to make this a wasted trip for Dad.
well,
You know.
nobody's in here except you and I. Okay, your
Yeah, but I
dad.
walk out there and then he says, "Well, how'd you do on it?" I can either tell him, "Well, I didn't take it," or "I failed tremendously," you know.
Okay. Well, Denise, why would you think you would fail?
'Cause
I-
right now my hands are tingling, my chest is hurting, my head's pounding.
Okay.
You know, I'm so nerve-wracked right now.
Okay. Well, Denise, let me ask you this. Why would you be so nervous if you've had no involvement? If you've had no involvement, if you don't know any other information, because let's talk adult to adult, okay? I'm here to listen to you. All right? Denise, if you know something, please tell me.
It's just that I don't, but
If you have,
I feel so freaking guilty. I weren't
well,
there
Denise,
and
has David told you a little bit more than what you've
No, I
either
haven't
told
even
me
talked to
or the
him.
investigators?
I haven't even talked to him.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, this, Denise, is solely up to you, okay?
Yeah, but I walk out there and I don't take the test, Dad's gonna be like, "Well, why didn't you take it? You're just proving yourself guilty." And
Well, Denise, you're a grown woman, okay? You have to make that decision for yourself, all right? You have to be the one to decide if you want to take the test or not. Don't base it on your father. Don't base it on any of the investigators. Don't base it on me. It's got to be based on you, all right? But
I mean, there's nothing I'm trying to hide.
if you're not wanting to take the test,
nerves and
but
wanting to get upset to my stomach.
But I've already explained to you about the nervousness, okay?
Yeah.
You said your hands are already trembling,
No, they're not trembling, they're just tingling.
okay? The test doesn't measure how sweaty your hands are. Your hands could be dripping wet in sweat. What the components measure and record are the changes in that sweat gland activity. It's not how much of something it is, it's the changes. So you could have hands that are as dry as a bone or as wet as can be, and it doesn't measure and record that. It measures those changes that are there. So, and I've already explained to you about nervousness not being a physiological
Yeah.
response. So, once again, I'm not going to force you to take the test. I'm not going to try to influence you on taking the test. It is your decision, solely up to you and not anybody else.
Yeah, but then I've wasted all your time and
But Denise, we could go do this back and forth all day.
yeah.
I don't want you to do it because of any other reason except for you want to do it. I'm not in the I don't want you to make me a factor. I don't want you to make any of the investigators a factor. Don't make your dad a factor. Let this be something you want to do to show whatever it is that you want to show. And if you don't want to do it, then I'm not going to push the issue. But like I said, I've explained to you the best that I can about how it works, how it functions, things like that. So, and like I said, everybody that comes in here, everybody's nervous. Everybody's chest and hands are a little bit tingly and worried because that's just the nature, okay? So, do you feel like you want to go ahead and
Yeah,
continue?
as well.
Okay. Denise, is that something that you want to do? Are you
I
doing?
have to get my name cleared.
Okay. Is that something that you want to do? Are you making the decision hey, I'm making the decision, I want to go ahead and continue, not because of everybody else, but because this is what I want to do.
Well, I have to get my name cleared so I can keep going on with life.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and continue? Okay, let's do it then. Denise, what I'm gonna have you do, if you want to take whatever you got in your pockets and set them on the table. Okay, is that it? Okay, what I want you to do, Denise, I want you to have a seat. I want you to sit as far back in the chair as you can, but leave enough room for your feet to rest comfortably on the floor.
Denise decides that she isn't going to take the polygraph after all and leaves. As investigators continue their work, they hear rumors that Denise had been having an affair with the man who owned the neighboring boat, Dave Campbell. Some people even claim that Denise had been planning to leave Ed for Dave. Questioning if Dave could be involved in the murder or have important information about it, detectives haul him in for questioning.
This is Detective Terry Smith from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Today's date is 07/05/07. It's approximately 14:35 hours. Interviews in reference to case number 07 OFF 00587. Mr. Campbell, would you state your full name for me, please?
David Lamar Campbell,
And what's your date of birth, Mr.
11/20/38.
And your address, sir?
Only.
That's in Gilbert's Marina.
Yes, it is.
You live on a boat there?
Yes.
Does the boat have a slip number, or
No,
is there a name on the boat?
there is a landmark. It is called Serena.
Serena. You know why we're here, of course. There was a death there at the marina, and Detective Coleman and I are investigating that death. And at this point, we believe the person that we found deceased to be Edward Bozarth.
Yeah.
We have not made positive identification yet. For official records, we have to be 100% sure. So, we're still working on that end of it. So what I'm going to do for this interview is just assume that the person that we found is Ed.
Okay.
And so that'll just kind of make things a little easier. Mr. Campbell, how long have you lived in the marina there?
8 years,
8 years?
maybe more. 8 plus. So I've been there a long time.
Where did you live before that?
Before that, I was in Fort Lauderdale.
Um,
Before that, we were in Arkansas.
Okay.
Well, what we did, we came down here to retire. I did.
Well,
So we bought the first boat, when we bought it in Fort Lauderdale, that's where we stayed temporarily. And then we came down and looked at Gilbert's, and we moved the boat from Fort Lauderdale to Key Largo to Gilbert.
is that the same boat that you're on now, the Serena?
No, I sold that other one, I got this one.
So 8 years ago, you came to Gilbert's?
Yeah,
Did you know Ed and Denise Bozarth before that time, or did you meet them at Gilbert's?
I did not.
Okay, when did you first meet them?
God. They came down here the first time. And I can't remember. It's been, that little girl was 5, I think, or 6. And at the time that I met them, she just barely could walk. She was in diapers.
You talking about their daughter?
Yeah, Ariel.
Ariel?
And so that would have to be, what, 4 years ago, something like that.
Were they were living there at the time, or just visiting, or?
No, they came down, they had a sailboat, still have it, but they were living on a sailboat, and it was anchored right straight in front of the tiki bars, right in Fish Creek, where they were.
Right. So you met them when they were staying on the sailboat
Oh,
there?
yeah.
You've known them about as long as anybody in the area.
Huh?
You've known them about as long as anybody else in the area down here.
Pretty much, I've known them for quite a while, ever since then.
What has your relationship with them been like?
Well, it was fine. I work on boats at times, okay? And what do you call a all-around boat mechanic, I guess. I'm a carpenter, or do engine work and all that stuff. And when they first came down here, the first time they had very little money and very little anything. And I was working on a couple of boats, so I hired them. And then when I got done, then they worked for Jim over there. He had the big barn at that time. And I worked for him for a while, off and on. So between the two of us, I guess, they made enough money that they could get by.
Right.
Then somebody started calling they call that HRS.
Oh, okay.
And somebody started calling them, that's when they started having real problems. Because every time you turn around, HRS was there. And they come after.
Calling HRS for what reason? You remember?
Mostly they come at him with child abuse to start with, but then HRS couldn't prove it. We were all sitting around one of them little tiki tables out there one day, and he told the little girl, Ariel at the time, she couldn't do much, but he had her and she was sitting on a bench. And she tried to get up, and of course if she had fell over that bench, it would have probably hurt her really bad. It might have even killed her, I don't know. So he took his belt off and he tied her to the bench. And you believe this, HRS come down there on him for trying to protect her from falling. They come back there and he said, I did this as a safety belt. He said, there's no harm intended to her.
Right.
Well, they had to go through a bunch of stuff. They took kids away from them for a while. And then they got the kids back. And after they got the kids back, she left. Her and the kids, they left. They went to Tampa. That's where her grandmother lived.
Oh, okay.
They went up there, and he stayed here for, I don't know, a couple of weeks, I guess. And then he left, and he left in the night. Nobody knew when he left. He just took that sailboat and away he went. And I didn't hear from him for at least 3 years, at least. And then all one day my phone rings, and it's her. And she called me and said that they were talking about getting back on that sailboat and gonna move back down here. And I asked her, I said, well, where in the heck are you living now? We're in Inverness. I said, okay. And she said, we living with Ed's mother's house. And she said, the house is going to be put up for sale. And the kids want to live on the boat. I said, okay. I said, where's the boat? She said, Okeechobee. I said, all right. And she wanted to know if I would get them a boat slip. I said, that ain't no problem. We got lots of them right now. I said, but you're going to have to call me and tell me exactly when you're going to be here.
Do you remember exactly when that was then?
They've been back. God. They've been back for at least a year, I would say.
So it's a year ago, maybe?
Yeah, probably. Close to it. And anyway, they called me one day and told me where they were. and wanted to know if I had my boat slip. And I said, yeah, I can get you one. I went over there and got the dock master and told him, I said, now, when they would be there. And Harry remembered him. Harry was the dock master then. And he remembered him. So we got him a slip and we sat on it for 3 days. Because they weren't as close as they thought they were. 3 days later, they show up. And we put them in a slip back there in the back on that sailboat. And they stayed there for quite a while, but he was still running around like he didn't have any money. George Ann's houseboat burned. So when it burned, they hired me to go down there and rebuild it. And when they did, I got a hold of Ed and Denise and I hired them. So the 3 of us went down there and we rebuilt that houseboat. And I paid them every week. They were happy. Best I could tell, except one day. Well, we were down there working on that boat. And you know how when you go to walk behind somebody or somebody's in your way and you just try to reach out, grab them by their ribs, you know, and to walk around them. Well, that's what I did with her. When I did, she took a very deep breath. And I knew, I said, something, it's her. So I turned her loose and I walked by and I asked her, I said, after a while, he wasn't there, and I asked her, I said, what happened? And first she said she fell, and I said, yeah, I said, nah, I'm not buying that. I said, he beat the hell out of you. And she admitted, she said, yes, he did. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, I said, I'll call the cops. No, she said, don't do that, it'll be all right. Don't do that. So we've already had trouble with HRS before. We don't need it again.
How long ago was that?
I don't know, we were working on George Ann's boat. So I have no idea.
6 months, 8 months,
Maybe 6 months ago.
before Christmas, do you think, or
Oh, it was way before
way
Christmas.
before Christmas?
Yeah. And after that, he was telling me that he got an inheritance from his mother. And he was moaning and groaning about the bank. It seems the Bank of America got a hold of 2 bank accounts in 2 different banks. They bought them out. And so Bank of America had all of his assets, or all of his mother's assets, which was all stocks. And in the will, as I understand it, he was to receive $45,000 a year to live on out of that.
Okay.
So he wouldn't tell the bank where he lived for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, he changed his mind, and I told him, I said, you know, I said, $45,000 is a lot of damn money. I said, you know, you can't be sitting around here poor and all that. And I said, you're trying to live on $1,000 a month. And I said, and there's 4 of you. I said, call that damn bank, tell them where you're at, and let them send you a check. So we did.
Did he ever say why he didn't want the bank to know where he was?
Yeah, because he is, he's delinquent in back taxes.
Oh, okay.
And he was afraid that IRS was gonna come after him and take every damn thing, so. And he had filed a deal where IRS couldn't touch him. Now he got, after that, he got a check. I can't remember how much that was for. Can't remember, he told me how much that check was for, I can't remember. He got one for either 16, I think it was 16,000. And of course they went ahead and they cashed the check. And he paid off, I guess, whatever they owed or whatever with that.
That's all that, talking about what they owe on the taxes?
No, he didn't pay them.
Oh, okay.
And then he paid everything else that he owed or whatever. I don't have any idea who he owed.
Right.
And, but then later he told me he'd get a check I think it's every 3 months he would get a check from the bank. But the checks vary in amounts because the stock goes up, the stock goes down. Depends on what it does, as to how much money he actually gets. He got a check for $12,000. And with that check, he said that he was going to buy a trawler. And that's where this boat came from.
That's the Trojan?
Yeah.
Trojan boat?
He went down he bought that at Manatee Bay Marina. And he worked down there for, I don't know, him and her both working on a damn boat for over a week to try to get it out of the yard. It had been sitting on the dry for 2 years or something, 3 years. They put it back in the water. Then he came down there, him and her asked me if I would go down there with them and help move that boat back up there. I said, sure. So I did. I went down there and helped bring the boat up.
How long ago was that? You remember when that was?
That boat, they haven't had that boat that long. That boat, when they only had that boat 4 months, maybe. I think that's right.
So before that, they were still living on the sailboat the
Yeah.
whole time?
Yes, they were.
Was it at dock or was it on board?
No, it was on the other side of Jewfish Creek Bridge. He took it out of there because the reason he took it out, he couldn't afford to pay the dockage on it.
Oh, no.
And he told me, he said, I can pay the dinghy fee, but I gotta get the boat out of here. But he took that boat out and took it over there because of the water depth. It's over 6 feet on the other side of Jewfish Creek. On this side of it, it barely is 6 feet in front of that tiki bar,
Right.
but then it started rising. So he put it over there and tied it off over there by the mangroves and everything. They were dinging back and forth for a long time. Then he got this boat and we brought it over. And this boat, when we brought it over, he put it on the dock where it is now.
Okay.
And it's been there ever since. He spent, I don't forgot how much he got that boat for. But he had some money left to pay dockage and all that, and that's what he did with that. He went over and I think he paid 2 or 3 months at a time. He went over and just paid the whole thing.
Good.
And then he was working on that boat. And the last account I had, one engine runs, the other one doesn't. Because one of the water pumps is bad.
Do you know which boat is operating and which one isn't?
No, I think she said, can't remember. But he was always working on them, I know that.
Seem like boats require a lot of that.
Yes, they do.
While I'm working on it. I've got one at the house that requires a lot of working on it. Were you ever helping him work on the boat at all? Have you ever been on that boat? You know the
I've
boat?
been on that boat 3 times that I'm aware of. The first time when we moved it,
Where is the Manatee Bay Marine? Where's that at?
5 miles straight north of Gilbert.
Oh,
on the
okay,
right.
that place, I got you. So it didn't take long to move it in 5 miles?
No, we moved it one afternoon.
Okay,
He just got it around.
right, okay. You need some water or something?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. A couple more.
Yeah.
Have you ever been on the sailboat? You ever help him work on that one or?
I never worked on it. I got on it one time. They wanted me to look at it one time. 'Cause I'd never been on the boat. But they invited me to go over there, and he had just put a hardtop bimini on it.
Oh,
So I went over and looked at his bimini, and then they showed me their boat. That's the first time I'd ever been on that boat, and the only time.
how long ago was that, John, sailboat?
That's been quite a while. Way back there.
How long is quite a while?
Well, he moved the boat out of the marina and put it out there. But now, when he was in the marina, when he built that hardtop bimini, but he didn't finish it there. He finished it out
Oh,
there.
I see.
So that's whenever he come got me, and we went over and looked at it.
Okay. So that's been at least 4 months ago, if he's had the Trojan for 4 months.
It's after, it's longer than 4 months.
So you've been on the power boat about 3 times and the sailboat maybe once.
Yeah.
How were the boats kept? Were they, did he keep them in good shape? Were they just pieced together, or how did he?
No, he tried to, yes, he tried to keep boats up. He always tried to keep them up as far as mechanical went. And then, of course, it was her job to keep the inside clean.
Right.
So I said, well, so that's the way that works. And she would help him paint and all that stuff.
Right. Did, going back to what you said before about when they were working for you on the rebuilding the houseboat, and Denise was sore.
Mm.
I understand that there were probably some other things that happened where Denise got hit, had a black eye at one time, and that, do you know anything about that?
So
What
that was
happened
the
to
last
Denise?
time.
Okay.
That was his last go around.
Was this a frequent thing, or
Evidently because of, that's when I took kids off the boat.
was the black eye? What, do you know how she got the black eye? What happened with that?
Yeah, he beat the pile out of her.
Beat her with his fist or hit her with something?
I don't know. That part she wouldn't tell me, but I do know that what he used to do is he would get mad, and she would be sitting down, they might be having dinner or something, and he'd just get up and just start throwing the hell out of her. Well, when she's sitting in a chair, she can't defend herself,
Right.
and he would just beat the hell out of her.
For,
Nothing, but I know that last time it was done, her friend Bonnie came to visit. Now Bonnie had just moved down here. And she stayed with Ed and Denise for 2 days.
okay.
And she moved off the boat. But she used to keep coming back to visit. The last time she came down, Ed had placed so hard of restrictions on that family, you wouldn't believe it. It was not a boat anymore, it was a freaking jail.
Restriction says what?
Okay, you want to take a shower, you got 30 minutes, you have your ass back here, I'm coming after you. You got 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. You're gonna stay on this boat from now on. You don't get off the boat.
Was he like that the whole time, or
Just recently.
do you have any idea why? What changed? Was there anything that occurred?
He got mad at me one day. Anyway, that's where me and him parted company. And he got mad at me because he was always smart off, some smart remark. And when he did, he said something about grumpy old men. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, I looked at him and I said, well, you know grumpy old men, she shut their damn mouth too. And when I said that, then he never spoke to me after that. He never said nothing. He would stay away from me. And
How long ago was that?
Yeah, a couple of months ago, yeah. But after that, that whole family was restricted to that boat. And, he had them in there, I mean, it wasn't a boat, it really was a jail. And I told him one day, I said, you know, you guys over there painting on that thing, I said, what you ought to do is go around there with some black paint and paint bars on that sucker, get right jail right on the side of it.
Yeah.
Well, whenever he beat the hell out of her last time, I told her, I said, I'll call the cops. You don't have to live this way. Well, she told me she wouldn't. She didn't want to do that because she was afraid that you guys would come in, take the kids away from her, and she probably wouldn't see them anymore because she was allowing them to live in that situation. So I told her, I said, well, either that or you get off that damn boat, one way or the other. I don't care. So anyway, she said, okay. She said, she came down there one day, and I used to talk to her. The only way I could talk to her is when she go take a shower. That's the only time I ever get to talk to her.
Couldn't
No,
talk to her over at the boat or anything?
no, not without him standing right there.
Right.
He even monitored her phone calls. You call her on the telephone, he's standing right there. He's listening to everything you say. And I said, and I told her, I said, you gotta get off there. So it got, I guess, to the point where it was bad. And she told me one day that her parents were supposed to have the kids. And this was, I think, on a Wednesday. And she told me that the parents were supposed to have the kids for 2 weeks. I said, okay. And she had a black eye then. And I told her, I said, okay. I said, what do you want me to do? She gave me her dad's phone number. And she said, you call them, tell them what's going on this boat. And just tell them, don't call me today. Call me when you're supposed to on the weekend. I said, okay. And just tell me, you know, that you want to come and get the kids. And I said, I can do that. So I called her parents, and I talked to both of them, told them what was going on. And I told them, I said, whatever you do, don't call her tonight. You call her, you'll put her in grave danger real fast. So they didn't. They called her Friday and told her that they were coming to get the kids. So they left up there Friday, I guess, because they were here Saturday. And when they came down Saturday, they took the kids back with them.
Do you remember when that was? How long ago?
That was a week ago. Okay, here we go. She left here a week ago, Saturday, and I told you Sunday, and it's wrong. It is Saturday. So she left a week ago Saturday, so then you have to go back another week, and that's when they were there.
Okay, so they came and got the kids on Saturday.
Yeah,
She left the following Saturday.
right,
And then we just had this past Saturday.
right.
Okay.
So it's been 3 weeks.
You called the parents on Wednesday,
Yeah, at the same
that same week.
week, I called the parents.
And
I
then-
think it's on a Wednesday.
Then on Friday, they
Called her.
called, and then Saturday they came.
They came and got the kids. They were down there. They were supposed to go to Bainbridge, Georgia or something, but they changed the plans when they found out what was going on. They didn't want the kids hurt or anything. So they came down and took the kids off the boat. And I promised him I would get Denise off the boat. I said, somehow I'll get her off of there if I have to buy her a bus ticket. And anyway, her and Ed went out one day to check on that sailboat or something. So while they were out there, they went around that, there's a little island over there. They went around that thing. Anyway, she was talking to him, and she told him that if kids are not coming back, and she was leaving, and she wasn't coming back. And she told him, she said, if you touch me one more time, she said, I will call the cops, and you will be put in jail this time. I promise you. But he got mad. And, but he never touched her. He never done anything. And whenever they got back in, he told her, he said, okay, he said, I'll tell you what, go ahead and leave. You take the car. He said, I'll buy me a motorcycle. He said, you take the car. Take all your stuff off the boat. Because he already knew she had packed some of her stuff with kids' clothes.
Oh, I see.
What she did. And he already realized that some of her clothes were missing. So he knew something was going on. And, but he told her, he said, I want y'all to go ahead and get off the boat. So she stayed on the boat until Saturday a week ago. She was on there Friday night, because I worked Friday night down there. She was on the boat Friday. She came over there, and she told all of us that she was getting off that boat Saturday by 6. I said, okay. I said, you gonna be all right? She said, yeah. I said, if you're not, tell me now, and I'll call the cops. But right now, we'll end this thing. I said, I'll get you off the boat. She said, no. She said, he's already agreed to let me go and everything. I said, all right. So she went over there. Saturday morning, they both went to the Hideout restaurant. I know that. Because they used to go down there about every morning and have coffee. Well, and then they came back. What time they got back, I don't know. Probably around 11.
That was Saturday after the kids were picked up.
This is the following week. This, in fact, this one, not last Saturday, but Saturday a week ago.
Right.
Okay. So they came back around 11, and they got on the boat, and by, I'm gonna say, 1 o'clock or so, she was out there, and she was taking boxes off the boat, putting them in her car. She came over there to the tiki bar shortly after, and she was all, well, she was hot. She came over there and she said she ordered a Coke. So she had a Coke, and then she said she still had some packing to do, but she was going to get off the boat. So she went back over there, and at someplace around shortly after 5, about 5:30, I guess, something like that. He left the boat with her car over to the teapot. There was a whole bunch of them sitting around the table. She came over there and she told all of them goodbye. And I went over, because I told her, I said I had to work. So I went over to punch in. She checked her mail, got in her car. I told her, I said, whatever you do, don't come back. I said, he will kill you. And she said, I know that. And I said, you guys have a great life. And that's the last time I saw
When was the last time? Was Ed there the whole day?
her.
Was Ed there the whole day?
Yes, he
With her on the
was.
boat?
Yes, he was.
When was the last time you saw him?
I saw him. She left there at 5:58. And the only reason I know that, and I can remember that so well, is because me and Denise on the coconut Polygraph had a bet. The bet was at $1 that she wouldn't get out of there by 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So I told Denise, I said, you see my clock? And she's looking at it, so 5:58, and I said, give me the damn $1, you lose. So that's the only reason I can remember that well, and when she left. But Ed, after that, it wasn't wasn't too awful long after that. She told me when she left, well, I asked her, I said, where's Ed? She said, he went for a walk. He told me that whenever he got back, he wanted me off the boat. I said, okay. I never saw Ed. Of course, the way he does things is weird. He doesn't walk where everybody can see him. He'll tail off that boat and walk all the way around behind that restaurant and come out the front of it so nobody ever sees him.
Any reason why he does that that you know of?
No.
Okay.
And then sometimes he'll come off the boat and he'll walk clear down by the beach. Nobody sees him. And then he'll walk down that front dock. Nobody ever sees him. And why? I don't know. But I know that he used to spy on her. So he would get off, go around that restaurant, come around that front side. And every once in a while you turn around on swimming pools right there. If you look on the far side of that pool, he would be looking through the damn bars. And he'd be watching her. And I said, what the hell's the matter with this guy? And he just started this not too very long ago. He started acting really weird. And that started probably after he got out of the hospital.
When was he in the hospital?
Because I know the last time he was in there for 2 weeks. And he damn near died.
Was that recently, within the last year or?
Oh, it ain't been that long. Only been a couple of months. And he was a mariner.
Mariners?
Yeah.
You know what he was in there for?
He didn't breathe. They couldn't get his oxygen level up. They thought he was going to die right there. But he was in there for 2 weeks and got out.
Did Denise stay in the boat with the kids while he was in there?
She stayed, she would come over and she spent the night with the kids on the boat, and she would leave in the morning, and she would stay at the hospital all freaking night.
Did she take the kids with her or where were they?
Well, they were in school.
Oh,
Take them to school, and she would go back, she would go down to the hospital and stay with them all day.
so this is back before school let out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then what she would do is whenever school was let out, she'd come down and get the kids, and then go right back and stay at the hospital until like 8 or 9, and then she would come home. But I never talked to her hardly at all back before. Oh,
After she left on Saturday at 5:58,
yeah,
you saw it after that?
I saw it after that. Not for very long, and I did not know. Only saw him for like a minute, and he was in the parking lot.
Okay.
And I can't tell you whether he went, which way he went, because I never saw him get on the boat. And I never saw him actually go toward the motel, but sometimes he would go over to talk to Chris Fleming and his crew working on the motel. Well, I had no idea where he was. And that was the last time I saw him.
How was he dressed when you saw him last night? What clothing did he have on?
He always wore blue jeans. And I don't know what shirt he had on.
Short jeans, long jeans?
Just like a king.
Just regular long pants, blue jeans?
Yep.
You had shoes on?
Yeah, we always wore shoes.
Were they hard shoes, knee shoes,
Mostly,
neck shoes, or?
they were kind of hard, I think. Yellowy. He had, sometimes he wore tennis shoes or white tennis shoes, only didn't want them. Sometimes he'd wear boots, sometimes he'd wear something else. So, you never knew. I never paid that much attention to it. But he always had a bunch of keys hanging off his belt.
Jeez, hanging on his belt.
Yeah, he did. A whole bunch of them. Nobody knows what they did. And he had a telephone that he always had with him.
So,
Cell phone. He had that.
Do you happen to know cell phone number? Do you happen to know cell phone number?
Who?
Yes.
Damn.
Did you get it later?
No. You asked me that, and I deleted it the other day. But I had it in my cell phone. I didn't think anybody ever wanted it, and I wasn't. I went to have one. I found out it was dead. They ain't no sense in me keeping it.
The reason they're calling, right?
So I deleted it, and I said, well, damn.
does, Denise have a cell phone?
She did, but her phone died.
Died.
I mean, died a horrible death.
What happened?
She dropped it in the sink, got wet.
Oh, okay.
So that killed that phone, and she can't get another one. So I said, well, I ain't called her in a long time. So I deleted that one. I deleted hers. I deleted Cameron's. I just took a bunch of numbers out of my dialogue card.
Do you still have the number for her parents?
Yes, I do. I have both of those. I have two phones.
Back to the way Ed dressed, did he have, when he wore shirts, were they polo shirts? Or buttons
Like
up?
that shut.
Button-up
Yes,
shirts?
they were. You catch him every once in a while in a t-shirt, but it was very seldom.
Short sleeve or long sleeve usually?
Short sleeve.
Some people wear long sleeve because of the sun.
He was always short sleeve.
Did you ever see him and her around the boat, evening time and that, to see how they normally would be around the boat in the evening for sleeping and that? And they, a lot of ladies wear night shirts and some guys just sleep in their shorts or
I have
whatever.
no idea.
No, never saw them on the boat.
I've seen them on the boat. I've seen them sitting up there. They'll be sitting up there talking or whatever. They would be having a drink or something. Like, I don't know, because he didn't drink very much. He only drank like one beer every once in a while. And they'd be sitting up there just at sunset. Watching sunset. That's all. That's all me.
You work there at the marina?
I do.
What do you do there?
I am security.
Security? How long have you been doing that job there?
Not very long, 2 months.
Wow, 2 months.
2 months or something like that, maybe 3.
You ever any problems there?
Oh, 3 problems.
Oh, really?
You get people out there that want to get up on the bandstand with the band. You gotta get them.
Go off stage.
Go there, get off the damn stage. You got people that want to bring their own food. You got all kinds of problems there. I'm talking on the weekend, it's terrible.
Do you have anybody help you, or you do it all by yourself?
I'm security by myself.
Very good.
I stay there until in the morning.
From the time that Denise left, and you saw it at the parking lot after that, did you ever see anybody else around the boat, anybody going on the boat?
No,
Nobody at all?
I never saw anybody, and I tried to put that night together, but there's nothing there. Because,
Well, I mean, during that whole, not just that night, but that whole week.
well, I worked that night,
Okay,
as she left.
right.
And after she left, and I saw him, and then after that, I didn't see anybody on that boat at all.
Never heard any arguments?
I didn't hear anything. I was back there a lot. But I generally take I had a golf cart. A friend of mine's got, and I used to ride it all the way back there.
Any boat traffic in and out?
That you have. There was some boats back in there. Going back and forth. They were launching boats, pulling boats out. They do that all the time. Especially at night. But I never saw anybody. There were no cars of any kind back there without my knowledge. And there was nobody back there after that bar closes. Because I run everybody out in the back. So it would be impossible for you to get to even to my boat without me. If you come down that driveway, you can't get to my boat. Not without me seeing you. There ain't no way.
What hours do you do your security? Like on that Saturday, when did you go on duty and when did you come on?
Sometimes I go on, well, I go on about 5:30.
In the afternoon?
Mhm. And I come off between 1:30 and 2. Sometimes, which is seldom, I run till 3. It depends on what the people are doing and are they in the bed? Are they out in the damn street? If they're out in the street, then you'll find me out there too, probably.
Your reactions.
Yeah.
David, when this whole thing started with Ed getting very strict on the family, timing him to the bathroom, all that sort of stuff, can you think of anything that triggered that? Was Denise seeing somebody there at the marina that maybe Ed found out about or something?
No. This time after he came out of the hospital, that's when this all started. Came out of the hospital, he seemed to be all right. And then, right after the day that I told him, the old man should shut the damn mouth. And he got mad at me for that. And right after that's whenever he started his time. And that's whenever he started. And that was just before school got out. And them kids would get off and get home from school. And for the last 5 days, I guess, that the kids were on the boat, I never saw Ariel for 5 days. I never did see her. I didn't see her going to school, I didn't see her coming back to school. And I did talk to Cody. He was out there with his little scooter running around. And of course, Cody, he would always come talk to me. And I asked him, I said, well, where's Ariel? What happened to him? And that's when I found out that he had beat her with a shoe.
Had beat Ariel with a shoe?
Yep. And she had and Cody told me she had a cut on her head. And anyway, I said, well, I'm going to find out about this. So after that, I talked to Denise. I asked her, I said, did Ariel have a cut on her head? I said, because Cody tells me that Ed smacked her with a shoe. I said, is that true? She said, I don't know, but I'm going to find out right now. So right after that is when she called me, right up that's whenever she told me she wanted to get the kids off the boat. And she went over and said Ariel did have a cut on her head or a bump, something, and she did have a bruise on her leg. And she said, that's whenever she wanted the kids off the boat.
Do you think that the little comment that she made to Ed was enough to trigger all that, or is there something else going on? It seems like that's an awful minor thing for him to
I would
crank
think
down.
because, but I don't know what he thought, I don't know what anybody thought, and I don't really care. I do know that when my wife died in December,
That was this past
yes,
December?
sir, it was December 15th. Never forget that day.
I don't imagine.
From then Denise, after that, she used to help me. Sometimes she'd cook supper for me. She'd bring it over to the boat, whatever. But that shouldn't have caused anything. He knew what was going on. Of course, I had other women bringing food and all that stuff. But that shouldn't have triggered anything. I mean, what the hell? We've been friends for years.
Mr. Campbell, there's something I missed a minute ago. You may have already said it when I was out, but back to her cell phone that she dropped in the water, the one that died the horrible death.
Yeah.
When did that actually happen? When did she drop her phone?
She dropped her phone Saturday when she
Which
was
Saturday?
leaving.
The Saturday that she was
Oh, the
leaving?
Saturday.
Saturday she was leaving. She dropped the phone in a damn sink.
Did it, did any part of it survive? Because she still
It did
turned on and
survive.
get numbers?
It worked for, it came back to life for like one day, and that's it. And then it didn't work anymore.
When you called her parents to come get the kids a week before that,
Mhm.
which phone did you use for that?
What do you mean?
Which phone did you call her parents on?
I called her parents on their phone.
On which one? The phone that she dropped in the water or
No.
Edward's?
No, I called them on my phone.
On your phone? Okay.
Yeah, I was sitting on my boat.
Okay. And you got the number through,
I got the number from Denise.
okay. Sorry I had to run in and out. We just found out that Mr. Bozarth was positively identified as a body, but that's definite. And we just got that information. So we kind of knew it, but it's,
Yeah.
now we know for sure.
I'm a little, just trying to kind of understand what would take place to where Ed would suddenly start acting in a different fashion towards the kids and Denise. I mean, there's gotta be.
No one can answer
Well,
that.
the reason I'm dwelling on that so much is I kind of just am concerned maybe it's related to what happened to him somehow. That maybe the change in his demeanor had something to do with some stress he was under. Is there anybody at the marina or anybody that you know of that would have any reason to hurt Ed? Want to hurt him?
No. Not that I'm aware of. He got to the point where he didn't talk to any of us. Not only me. He got to where he just ignored everybody. He wouldn't talk to any of us.
Is there anybody that he had an argument with that maybe escalated and, anybody he had words with or just any little thing? We're just kind of we've got a little mystery here and we need some help trying to solve it. Seem like you're about as close to Ed as anybody was.
He's been trying to, I know he's trying to sell the sailboat. And he had been talking to several people. One of them was one that they wanted her and her husband wanted to buy the boat by Friday until this happened. And now she can't sell it by Friday because she doesn't have a death certificate.
Right.
So she can't sell it. So I told her that she couldn't sell it till right now. You'd have to wait. And she said, well, if it comes out within the next couple of weeks or so, if she can get a death certificate, then she would buy the boat.
And who are these people that are looking to buy the boat?
They work for Granite Construction Company.
Both of them?
Yes.
You don't know their name, first names, anything?
I don't know nothing about it at all. I met them and me and names, we don't get along. The only reason I remember his name is because he gave me his card.
Well, I'm going to give you one of mine.
That's the only reason I remember him.
So there's a husband and wife that work at Granite Construction that were negotiating to buy the boat.
And there were some others there.
Did he have trouble with any of them where there would be a problem?
Nobody ever say there was any problem with them. Neither one of them. So there was any problems with when they were talking to them or anything. It's just that they didn't have the money. People they were talking to didn't have the money. And And then, Brand Construction people, they come up and said, she came over there and told me she had the money. And I said, well, okay, so that was the day you showed up knocking on my boat at 7:30 in the morning when I was sound asleep.
You look like you're sleeping really well.
I was sleeping good until you done that. Then you asked me all these questions and hey, when you just wake up, you know what I started telling you? Get the hell away from here and go get a cup of coffee and then come back and see me.
Next time I'll remember to bring a cup of coffee when I knock on
Bring some over there.
Need more water, let me know.
So there's not anyone you can think of would want to do Ed any harm, that disliked him enough to do him any harm?
Not that I'm aware of.
Anybody that was upset about maybe the way he was treating Denise and the kids, that,
A lot of people are upset about that.
anybody upset enough to go over to the boat and confront him about it, or?
I don't know. I really don't know.
There's gotta be.
I do know that he's got, they used to live in Homestead. I know that he's got some, he's got contacts up there. And I don't know who they are.
Who's there?
He got contacts from Homestead, I do know that. And he's also has, he knows if you want to go back, you might. You know the guy that owns the Ghost? What's his name, Barney something?
Owns the Ghost? What's the Ghost?
It's a shrimp boat.
Oh, okay.
The only shrimp boat running down here out of Key Largo.
Oh, I'm not real familiar with the fisheries part of it.
He knows, yeah.
Okay.
Barney shows up at the tiki bar every once in a while.
Where does he keep the Ghost? Which marina?
And I don't know. I just know when it comes through Fish Creek.
Oh, okay.
But that captain on that boat knows Ed. And Barney knows Ed because I went down here one day to the Salvation Army thing at thrift store.
Mm-hmm.
I went down there with Ed and Denise because we were looking for something in particular. And we ran into Barney and that other guy. I can't remember his damn name. And Ed came out and saw both of them and he's, how you doing? And he said, anytime you need anything from both, you just got to talk to him. I said, well, how do you know them? He said, you know the Ghost. And he said, when we were shrimping together, so he knew him for a while. But that's the only ones that I know down here that he knew, besides me. But they had no friends. And rather than what the friends they had were friends actually that Denise had made. Ed didn't make any friends.
Oh, that's one thing I wanted to go back to. You had mentioned Bonnie,
Yeah,
a friend of Denise's. Who is Bonnie?
she's a little short Puerto Rican, about 39 years old.
Do you know her last name?
No, I know her phone number.
Do you have her phone number?
I certainly do.
Okay, I'd like
I didn't get rid of that one.
to get that one.
Well, she's still alive, right?
Yeah, she's, the only problem you're gonna have with this phone number though is you'll probably get a recording. Her phone number is 352.
She works at a restaurant area or a bar?
No, she works at, it's a lodge down here.
At the Elks Lodge?
Huh?
Talking about the Elks? There
No,
at
she works,
92?
no, she works at a big lodge. They call it lodge.
Oh, you mean like a tourist lodge?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
begins with a C. What the hell? Down near Marathon.
The Chicken Lodge.
There you go.
Okay.
Non-rock?
She's
Okay.
I think she's a receptionist there.
The Chicken Lodge. Okay.
There you go. And her name is Bonnie, but I don't know her last name. But
That's important because somebody else had mentioned a friend of Denise's that had been around the boat a couple of times and they never knew a name, so that's the best we've gotten on that. So you've helped us out on that, if nothing else. If there's one person that we need to take a look at that might know more about what has happened with Ed and his death and that, who would you suggest that we go talk to?
Talk to about what?
If when you were investigating Ed's death, and you wanted to know as much about Ed and his life and his friends, who would be the person that you would go talk to? Who would you recommend that we talk with?
I don't know.
Is there everybody else that I've asked that question says go talk to me?
Secret business everything.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, because Dave Campbell knows everybody down there.
yeah,
And they all know that I knew them from before.
right.
And I pretty much kept up with them up until now. And I kept up with them, so pretty much I know pretty much who goes and who comes and goes on around now.
Well, and your doctor.
There are people that's been on that boat that I didn't know.
Right.
I have no idea who they were, and it was none of my business, so I didn't ask them. But you see people visiting whatever, but I never knew who they were. Like Bonnie, she just popped up one day. Well, they told me she was coming, and I met her.
Right.
And she came and went 3 or 4 times down here. And next thing I knew, she moved down here. She left her husband for the same reason Denise left Ed. Because he was beating the hell out of her. But she came down there and she moved on that boat. She stayed on there for about 2 days or something. Wasn't very long. And she moved off. She now is, has a board man.
You had said you had been on the power boat, the Trojan, 3 different times?
Yep.
When was the last time that you were on the boat?
It's been a while. The last time I was on the boat, I was called because Ed had a Microsoft. And he found it. And he fixed it all up anyway it worked. And he said I could use it. And he put it on my boat at first. Anyway, I didn't need it right then. So I told him I didn't need it. So they told me to put it back on his boat, so I did. And then when I needed it, I called and told him, I said, well, I could use that Microsoft. So Denise told me where it was. She told me to go over there. It's on the back of the boat. Go over there and get it. And that's what I did. And the last time I was on that boat, that I could touch that boat.
So you weren't down in the cabin area at all? Have you ever been down in the cabin area of the boat?
Yep.
When was that you were down there?
Yep, no, right after they got the boat.
Okay. So you were on it, transporting it?
Yep.
Over. And then just on the back deck of the boat with the saw?
Yep, and I was up on top. And I had supper with them one night.
Oh, okay.
But that's about all I did on that boat.
I'm not sure when it was when you went to get the miter saw. How long ago?
No, it's been over a month. And I work on a sheriff's boat when I have. In fact, I still got that song.
And you were only on the sailboat just at one time
That was all.
to look at the hard top thing?
I went on there and looked at the hard top, and they invited me to come down below and take a look at the bottom.
Right.
Oh, and I looked at it, and oh, wow, that's all.
Something else I wanted to. Oh, I don't want to dredge up any bad memories or anything, but I've had a couple people mention some things to me about when your wife passed away. That was in December.
Yeah,
Was she in the hospital, or
no, I was in the hospital.
you were in the hospital? And where was she?
My wife,
Yeah,
she was here.
she was on the boats.
She was on my boat, you know,
Okay.
and, well, you want to tell you how she died?
Yes, I'm just curious.
Okay. I was in the VA
I'll
hospital.
tell you why in a minute.
Alright, well, I was in the VA hospital. And I was being discharged on December 15th.
Okay.
And my wife was coming after me. The only thing is she didn't make it. She got almost to Florida City and she had an aneurysm.
Oh, okay.
And of course she died right there.
So she was driving the car?
She was driving my truck over there. That's why my truck finally looked the way it does. Went right off the main road, 45 miles an hour.
Okay. Reason I was asking, somebody had told us that your wife had passed away and that she was found in the mangroves. They didn't tell me it was a car thing, and I'm trying to figure out.
No.
Yeah, we didn't have any cases like that, because if someone had passed away, I'm thinking, why would his wife be in the mangroves? So I just wanted to clear that
No,
up.
she was in the truck
Okay,
whenever she died. She was coming after me.
I'm sorry about that.
yeah, I do have my condolences on that. And I hated to dig into that, but it's just something.
Well, see, that's whenever these two, they really helped one.
Yeah, that's a difficult
Yeah,
time there.
A lot of them helped. I mean, I was getting doctor bills and everything else, and going over that, and then going to the hospital for 2 days. Of course, I had Cheryl. She took me to the hospital 2 days.
Anything, Mr. Coleman?
Maybe. Did you want to take a break or anything from that? Get some water or
Water.
take a maybe smoke or something? It's up to you. It's not going to take all afternoon, but.
Yeah, we just want to be very thorough, so maybe we don't have to bother you.
Yeah, knocking the boat earlier.
Yeah, don't come knocking on my boat there anymore.
Without coffee anyway.
Yeah, you come down and knock on my boat, you better bring some coffee with you. It's a shit. When you get your clothes on, I want to talk to you. And I say, fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, anytime, if you want to get up, just walk out and smoke or go to the bathroom or whatever,
Yeah.
just help yourself.
Matter of fact, why don't we take a break for just a minute? Because I do need to use the restroom and then let you step out.
Yeah, let me go outside and smoke a cigarette. Yeah. Yeah.
You said that Ed normally kept keys
Yeah.
on his belt,
Yeah.
hanging keys
Yeah,
hanging on his belt. Do you know where he kept them when they weren't hanging on his belt? Were they in the boat somewhere, or did he keep
I have
them in the
no idea.
car? Or,
I don't know.
do you know do you have any idea where he kept the keys to the sailboat when you went out with him that day? Were they on that big key ring, or did he have a separate thing, or do you know where they are? Where he kept those?
Trying to remember. The day I went out and looked at that boat, she was on it when I got there.
Oh, they were
They were still
They were
on
still
it.
living on it. Okay, so that would have been a little different.
Like he didn't have to open up.
Yeah. So you don't know where like, there are any keys to the sailboat at all, if they keep them, if they kept the key hidden out there or anything? Do you know if he ever kept any large amounts of cash around the
I
boat?
was afraid he's gonna have that. Ed's a funny guy. he's on a VA pension. They pay him around $1,000 a month. And what he does is, he does not keep money in the bank. He would go down there and draw the whole bank out. So he had the money on him.
Okay.
When he cashed the $10,000 checks, he would have the money on him. He'd be walking around with it.
On his person?
Yes.
He didn't hide it in the boat?
There was no place else from him, I guess, because as far as I know, that's where he had it. He always had money on him. And I know before she left that 3 days before she left, and I asked her, I said, well, how are you going to get up there? You have the money to get up there. She told me then that Ed would walk around with $700.
That was 3 days before she left?
Yeah. And then the day that she was leaving was the Saturday. And I asked her how much money she had. She said he wouldn't give her any money. And she said he didn't have any money. And I said, well, you told me the other day that he had $700. What happened to it? She said, I don't know. I said, otherwise he spent it and you don't know what he spent it on. She said, I have no idea. I said, okay. And he said, he told her to go down to the bank, take out what was in the bank. It was a little over $200. And the car that she was driving, the brakes were bad and it's bad. And I said, well, so I told her, I said, tell you what, I'll go down to the bank and I'll give you $100. So I gave her $100 to go up there. And I guess she used that to get the brakes on the car fixed.
Plus she had the 200 or whatever
Right.
from the bank.
I
Okay.
want to make sure that she could get where she was going without any problems.
Right. How possible is it sometime between the time that she left and the time that we came out, when he was found, how possible is it for someone to have come on the property, come to the back of the property where Ed's boat stopped, boarded the boat,
And leave?
killed Ed, and leave without you or someone else on the
It's
property?
very easy during the daytime.
During the daytime, it's
During the
easy?
daytime, it's very easy.
Okay.
Because there is, what the hell, I sit on my boat one day and watched a guy drive out of there. He stole the boat, motor, trailer, the whole works. Backed up, put it up, don't do it, and drove out. And I sit right there and watched him.
Not realizing it wasn't.
I didn't know it wasn't his.
Right.
Because the guy that had Ed slip right there, and that was his boat, motor, and trailer.
Okay.
Only he didn't tell me it was his. So I thought they were gonna launch the thing. I didn't know what they were doing, so get one right out there, right in broad daylight. So yeah, in daytime, you come and go back there, nobody pays any attention to who's back there.
How about at nighttime?
Nighttime, it's almost impossible.
Oh, is it?
On nighttime, especially if you try to go back out there on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm gonna nail you
Okay.
at night. There's no one allowed back there, not on weekends. Wednesday night I work, which was last night. But Wednesday night is a short night for me because I don't go back in there. I live back there, but I don't pay attention because the only thing I do on Wednesday night is I watch the princess down there take care of the bar and make sure that nobody messes with it. That's Miss Amy.
Miss Amy?
Miss Amy.
Why do you call her the princess?
That's what Reinhardt calls her, the princess.
Oh, okay.
She gotta have her own special guard the watcher
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, because she works at night, and she's the only one she's afraid that she's gonna get robbed, or she doesn't know. So I said, okay, so that's all I do on Wednesday. I just sit there and watch her, right? Actually, I tell everybody I'm babysitting,
Babysitting.
or watching her.
So Wednesday's
Babysitting.
babysitting.
I guess they have enough people in the bar on weekends, they can kind of look out after each other.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
So during the daytime, it'd be real easy to go back there
In
and,
the daytime, you can walk back there. And on Sundays, during the daytime, it's just wide open. Because there are Sundays, Viva plays, and when Viva plays, you can't park. It just fills up cars all the way back to his boat, and it'd be all over. So that, at that point in time, it's very easy to just walk on anybody's boat, because there's no one there. There's no one watching anything. So during the day, it would be very easy, but at nighttime, it would be a little bit difficult, because somebody's gonna say, hey, what are you doing here?
right.
That lives there.
What do you think happened then?
I have no idea.
No idea. Do you think somebody boarded the boat to rob him? Do you think it was retaliation for him being difficult with Denise and the kids, or abusive to Denise and the kids? You have any idea at all?
I do not. I couldn't visualize anyone killing him for what he did to Denise and the kids. I can't visualize that. I can visualize somebody meeting him out in the parking lot and having a good old fisticuffs. Now that I can visualize. And probably beat the hell out of him to show him what it felt like. That I can visualize that. But as far as anything else, I don't know. It would have to be if somebody was trying to rob him or whatever. If they knew he was carrying cash all the time.
Did he make that common knowledge? Did he have
Well,
cash on him?
everybody knew it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It was,
Any people hanging around the property that all of a sudden aren't around there anymore?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. There's nobody that like maybe for a few weeks was hanging around all buddy with everybody, and then since
Well,
maybe
that happened a
maybe
lot.
from the time Denise left, is not there anymore? Or shortly after she left? The reason I say that is because I'm thinking that whoever did this probably isn't just hanging around now. So if there's somebody that maybe learned that he carried money on him and then went over and got the money, killed Ed and got the money, then, they're probably not just hanging around waiting for me to identify him.
No.
They have probably left, so.
The only, well, if it was somebody after his money or whatever, the only thing I would think, according to what I read in the newspaper, is the only way I find out what happened to him. And then tells me in the newspaper that blunt force trauma, which meant that he got smacked in the head with something. Now, is that right?
He got smacked. I'm not going to say whether it was the head or whatever, but
Well, what I'm getting at is, if he got hit, did they mean to kill him or did they not? Did they mean to just knock him down or knock him out or whatever and take whatever they wanted or what? I have no idea. I thought of that.
David, I will tell you this, whoever hit Ed, their intention was to kill Ed.
Well, then I wouldn't know.
Yeah, their intention was to kill him. I can't go into a lot of details because it's hard.
You also know that he was, he used to brag about a lot of things. You also know that he worked for the federal government.
What did he do for the federal, what did he say that he did for the federal government? Let me ask you that.
He used to apply drugs for the federal government.
I didn't realize the federal government hired people to fly drugs.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, do they? Okay.
And he would fly Columbia. And he would bring trucks back. Now, when he was doing this, I don't know, but he always talked about it. And what agency he worked for, I don't know. He would tell us. Well, so,
You would think that would be the sort of thing that somebody.
well, whenever he started talking about it all the damn time, it might be somebody wanted to shut him up, you know.
It's possible.
So I don't know. I know he used to do that, and he used to tell everybody about it. About him flying the damn airplanes. He used to be a pilot. He did crop dusting and every other thing. But as far as I know, I didn't know anyone at Gilbert's that would want to kill him or anything.
Anybody hanging around the property that's suspicious, that you have suspicions of? I'm grasping at straws right now to find out who I need to be talking to and looking at. There's somebody that I haven't spoken to yet, and I need to be talking to. There's the key to this puzzle, and I haven't found it yet. There's got to be somebody that's going to have the one little piece of information I need to figure out what happened to Ed, and that's basically what I'm asking.
Have you talked to Kimberly?
Kimberly who? Kimberly. Yes, I have.
Well, if you talked to him, I know you talked to Mike,
We've talked to,
talked to Dan, Mike Brown,
we've talked to a bunch of people
you
now.
talked to all of them. You talked to, I guess, you talked to Wilmer?
Wilmer,
Wilmer, he works for, Chris.
works for Chris Fleming.
He does. Wilmer does.
I don't know that I've spoken to Wilmer yet.
Wilmer is a Honduran. And he works out there. He works for Chris.
Does he work on Chris's boat down
Yes, he
there?
does. And he was out there. He works out there at night. Sometimes he's by himself. Sometimes he's not. I don't know. He may have seen somebody or something.
Okay.
I don't know. If you haven't talked to him, I would talk to him.
That's a name that I haven't come across yet, so.
Like that's Wilson. And I don't know of anyone else out there.
We've talked to a lot of the waitresses there at the hideout. We've talked to people at the bar. We've talked to a lot of people.
Mr. Campbell, did you ever actually see Ed get in a fight with somebody, or actual physical fight?
Not an actual physical fight, no. In fact, I don't even think I've ever seen Ed hardly argue with anyone at all.
Have you heard of any actual physical fights that he's actually been in?
No, I have not.
Okay. Just arguments? Nothing, even that much?
Not, well, they're not arguments as such. We have what we call discussions, okay? Just like we're doing here.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
There's no hard feelings, no.
Right.
And, but, no, he doesn't he never argued with anyone that I'm aware of. I mean, he would sit down and we'd talk politics, whatever. And he would just give his point of view. But nobody, there was never an argument with him. But whenever he was talking to everybody, but he was the kind of guy that people at Gilbert's never did understand him. They could never talk to him, really. And a lot of them down there will tell you they really didn't know the man.
I have a lot of them tell me they didn't like the man.
Well, yeah, you have a lot of them. I didn't get that. I already knew that. And Denise did not help any whenever she was in a Citizen. And I looked at that thing, I read it on there, and she said he was a creepy guy. And I said, damn. I said, you didn't have to say that. She said, well, it's true.
Have you been talking to Denise since then?
No.
See how she's doing?
This Denise down here, and all the coconut telegraph,
Right.
that one.
Okay.
She made that one. She's the one that talking to the citizen down there.
They had the paper was quoting you. Did
Well,
talk to
you
them?
better look at the other one that's quoting her too.
Oh, I saw one article today, I think in the Free Press that,
Oh, they all calling me.
yeah,
They all calling me. I said, what can I do for you?
They
The only thing I can tell you is what I know. That's it. I can't tell you anymore.
Yeah, they got a couple of quotes in there from David Campbell.
Oh yeah, they got them all in there.
They're pretty fast, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
To be famous.
I started asking myself, how the hell do you get my phone number?
That I don't know how they do
It's
that.
not listed anywhere. By damn, he sure come up with it.
Well, I got it from him, cause you.
Well, I know how he got it, 'cause I gave it to him.
Yeah, we don't give that out.
Yeah, that's not something we give out.
So, when I knock, you have air conditioning on your boat, right? When I knocked on your boat, it
Yeah.
knocked kind of hard. So,
Yeah.
This time of year, you've got, can you hear much going on outside your boat
No.
when you're in there?
I'm like, I didn't even know you was Spanish. You could have walked up and down a dock forever.
Yeah.
I know where it hurt you.
But if you're sleeping at night, then if somebody comes in there, they can easily board the boat, or if it's at nighttime, or
If they step on that boat, I'll know it.
how about someone else's boat, like Ed's boat?
No, I would not know that. You could board it, boat, you could climb on it, you could haul it off. I wouldn't know it. I would never hear it.
Yeah, unless you're up walking the property.
I'd have to be wide awake and sitting up, then I would know, but that's the only other way. But other than that, no.
They brought you a cup of coffee, you know.
I know who brought it anyway.
Yeah. Well, so that night after Denise left that last Saturday, she headed out of town at 5:58. Did you work that night, or did you go to sleep?
Yes,
that
I
night?
did. I worked that night.
Till how late?
I worked till either 1:30 or 2.
So you went to sleep after that?
So after 1:30 or 2, after you got home, got settled in, got to bed, somebody could have come on the boat that night,
They could
could
have.
have come down there and got on the boat.
Yeah, because see, if I get off at 2, what I generally do is I come home, turn the TV on, and I'll check the weather or whatever, and I'll fix me some to eat. So sometimes I may not go to bed until 3 or 4. So during that period of time, if you drive up with a car, I will know it, because the headlights
Right.
give you away, I'll know you're there. And then I'll be like, look, I'll call quite a few people doing that, I'll be in there. And
If somebody were to walk back in there, then would you notice anything?
I probably would not.
How about the next night, Sunday night? Did you work Sunday night?
Yes, I did,
Pretty much the same schedule?
the same
And
schedule.
how about through the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, on through the week?
Monday and Tuesday, I'm off.
You guarded the Princess on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Wednesday, I guard the princess. Miss Amy.
So off Monday, did you go anywhere? Did you stage your boat, or what did you do?
No, now, last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday I was in the hospital,
Or this past week?
Yeah.
Which hospital?
VA,
The VA up in Miami?
and I got discharged out of there Thursday.
So you stayed Wednesday night?
I
That's
stayed
right.
Wednesday
Okay.
night. I wasn't there. I keep popping in and out of the damn hospital. But hopefully they fixed it this time.
So you're back home Thursday?
Yeah.
Did you work then, or were you on?
No, I didn't. Last week I didn't work at all. Not last week.
Except for Sunday night, the night
The
after Denise
week
left?
before.
You
Now,
worked,
that's
yeah.
when she left. I did work. But last week I did not. I was off all week.
Oh, okay, even Sunday night after?
Yeah, I didn't work at all last week.
But no, you didn't work Sunday night, because that's when you
Yeah.
had to call and woke you up right morning.
Yeah.
That's right, because I didn't work that week at all because I had an operation on it. So I didn't work and they had Toss over there.
What What'd you have to have operation for?
Irregular heartbeat.
Oh goodness, okay. They did heart surgery or?
Yeah, but they did it from down here.
Oh, really?
They go up in your veins.
Right.
They go up there with 2 lasers. And I've been operated on many times, but I've never been tied down to a damn gurney. Not never.
Oh, yeah, they
Tie you.
keep you
tie you
awake
down.
for that, don't they?
So,
Oh, they just put you to sleep? Oh, okay.
a boy, when he goes up there, he fires them damn lasers. It short circuits one circuit in your heart. And whenever he short circuits it, cuts that circuit off, then your regular heartbeat stops. And that's what they did to me. So now my heart beats at a regular rate of 81 or 82. I don't have any problems. My blood pressure is at this morning was 129 over something. So it brought it all back down.
Oh, one thing I wanted to, you said that Ed got a pension from the VA?
Yes, he does.
Was he in the military?
That's what I'm just trying to answer. But let me answer you this. I told you what he did. And he was working for the federal government.
Okay.
But whether or not he was in the military, I have no idea. Or was that part of the federal government? I don't know. But I know he qualified somehow.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I wouldn't think that flying an airplane to Colombia and then bringing drugs back into the country would qualify you for the VA, but I don't know.
Well, you don't know who the federal government deals with.
Yeah, that's true too, I guess.
So he was flying drugs in and out, and he was also flying into secret bases. I mean, he knew a whole bunch of secrets. And he would sit over there at the bar sometime, and he'd start talking about flying this airplane here, there, and everywhere. And the things that he did. Well, damn, I mean, he just kept on going, so I have no idea.
I would think that if he did a lot of that for real, he probably would not have been talking about it. That just doesn't make good sense to me, but who knows?
Well, he's 60-something years old.
Yeah, some people like to tell stories.
Well, that's true. We don't know.
No, sir, you don't.
But now, if what he was saying is true, maybe they wanted to shut him up. I don't know.
Well, I just didn't know when you said VA if maybe he was, in his younger years, spent time in the Army or Air Force or Marines or something, if he had ever mentioned any of that.
All he ever mentioned was he was flying airplanes. He's always been a pilot.
Anything else?
Unless you got anything more.
Mr. Campbell, this is my business card. It has all my contact numbers on it. If you can think of anything later on that maybe we didn't talk about that might be a help, please call me. If you hear anything around the Tiki Bar Telegraph there at Chilton,
Well,
that might be a...
that over to the telegraph level well road.
Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask us before we finish? Some things I probably won't answer right now, but...
I had a bunch of them, but I know that as long as this is going on, you're probably not going to tell me or won't tell me. So, and one of them was that I heard the other day that they said that they found him with a plastic bag over his head. Is that true?
No, sir, it's not true.
I didn't think it was, because somebody smacked him like you're talking about, meant to kill him.
It was carried out in a pipe bag, just typical of any,
Well, yeah, I knew that.
there was that. Maybe they saw that and made some assumption.
But if you do hear anything, maybe see somebody taking an odd interest in the boat, just anything suspicious around there that might, somebody maybe's a little too curious about the boat, trying to maybe find out what we know, that sort of thing, if you could give me a call.
Some of them boats that go in and out, they can pull right by to him. It's very easy. And sometimes some of the people are anchored out on, they used to just drive by there and talk to them both if they were sitting there.
Right.
Of course, they do that off and on. Then you have boats that go back in there and park, and you don't know who they are.
They go back in there where? In the canal coming in, or?
Yeah, they're in the canal, and then his boat's here, and there's a space between his boat and mine.
Well, there's that dinghy of his is.
But his
Park
dinghy's there,
whatever.
but then there's enough room, they can run another boat in there.
Oh, okay.
And I've seen other boats in there at times. And I'm thinking, after she left that Sunday, there was a boat there.
Oh, really?
But I can't tell you who it was or not, but there was one there. Now, that's during the daytime. So, I don't know.
Anything else? Any questions you have of us? It may, at some point in the future, we may have some things that maybe we get to thinking about later. We might want to maybe sit down and talk with you again, would that be possible?
I'm always there. I'm retired, man. I'm just calling.
We'll keep it out of the view of the people around us. We don't start anymore.
I generally watch. Yeah, don't start no rumors.
I do appreciate you coming down here today.
But nobody knows I'm here. And I'm not gonna tell them I was here either.
We were on property yesterday and it seemed like everybody kind of knew.
Well, I already knew one of your detectives was down there at the hideout, but I was sitting there whenever he came in.
That was probably Mr. Dalton. But he stops in there to have coffee in the morning
Well,
sometimes.
he
That's one of
stopped
his
there
regular
that
stops.
morning, so I was sitting there whenever he came in, he wanted to talk to her, and I said, here we go.
Yeah.
And they ain't missing nothing. After he left, she said, I just told him flat out that I didn't like it, and I just really didn't like him at all. And I was gonna call HRS on him, but I said, well, that's another one that they don't like you. And I'm afraid
We've heard that a lot.
you fellas that got you're gonna have a hard time finding anybody that really likes him, or anybody that even, as far as his working abilities and all, he was very good. He was a great mechanic, and he did what I told him to do.
Oh, when you worked
He
for
worked
you?
for me, he did exactly what I told him. I told him, because he came there one day and said something about doing something different on Jordan's houseboat, and I looked at him, I said, let me tell you one thing. You're working for me now. He said, yeah. I said, you're gonna do what I tell you to do. You're not gonna do what you want to do. You're gonna do what I want you to do. He said, done. I've never had any problems with it. I've never had any problems with him on anything at all. I never had any harsh words for him, except that morning over there at the hideout, and even the waitresses over there. She asked me the last time they were there, and I was there. I wasn't Saturday, that was one of the days. And I was sitting there, and they came in, and I was sitting at this table, they said, this. And the whole time that they were there, the waitresses were all here. I talked to the waitresses, I talked to Tom, and all the rest of them that go in there. They never said one word to me until came over and gave him the bill. He got up and went around, went inside to pay the bill. That's whenever I talked to Denise.
Oh, okay, so she wouldn't talk to you
She
while.
would not talk to me while he was around. And the last time when they showed the sailboat, both of them came over. And everybody says, oh, they look lovey-dovey and all this. Well, he's done already. And I said, that's just a show, guys. I said, did you see her say anything to me when she walked by? And said, she didn't say anything to anybody. I said, right. But that's because he was there. She's not going to say anything. I said, she'll only talk when he's not around. Because if she goes home, you have 10,000 questions. Who you talk to? I mean, you find him hide behind a swimming pool. He can be bar watching. The night he beat her up is because she went out. She came over to the bar, her and Bonnie, and they sat over there too long. They were there for a couple hours and they had a few drinks. And then I told Bonnie, I said, this is not good. So anyway, when she went back, Bonnie went with her. And Bonnie came back and told me everything was fine. It was fine while Bonnie was on the boat, but the next morning, whenever she showed up, all beat up.
So Bonnie didn't stay on the boat that night, she had left?
So she left. And so I don't know what Bonnie knows. She knows more about what goes on the boat than I do, or she lived there for 2 days.
If, this is something I forgot earlier, if Denise was in trouble, she needed help with something, who would she turn to around there for help? Would it be you, or would it be Bonnie, or who would she?
That would be the first number one.
Okay.
That'd
Has
be the first one.
she come to you with any problems I mean, I understand what you've already told us about the kids and getting them out of that situation, and that, I'm very thankful that worked out, because, I know Cody and I like Cody.
Oh, yeah, you like Cody, huh?
Yeah, he's a trip. Just sum Cody up in one word, he's a trip. But I guess what I'm asking you, if something happened between Denise and Ed, and she was defending herself and hit Ed with something and he went down, and she panicked after that and needed to turn to somebody to try to help her, would it be you that she would come to, or would there be somebody else under those, I mean, extreme circumstances?
I don't know. I don't know, because she knows, for one thing, she knows I ain't gonna do anything wrong or illegal. That's the first thing she already knows that. And I'm sure as hell not gonna go out and kill anybody either. That's a no-no. I don't know. I would have to say that if she were to strike out in anger or something, which, first of all, you gotta find out whenever he died, you need to know what day and what time. But if she did really in fact hit him and then leave, I don't think she wouldn't have told me, but she would have been a wreck whenever she got over there to tell us all goodbye. There was a whole table full of people, and she would have been so nervous that she couldn't even pick up a Coca-Cola. And she did drink Coca-Cola.
We're just looking at all possibilities at this point, and one possibility is that everybody has a limit. You're only going to take so much, and then you're not going
And
to
you
take
don't strike back, that's true.
And one of the possibilities is that Denise reached her limit.
No, as bad as he treated her and everything, and the day she left here though, she was happy that she was leaving, but she was also sad.
Yeah.
As I told her, I said, don't ever come back. I said, come back for a visit. And she told me, she said, okay, on one condition. I said, what's that? She said, he's gone. I said, he'll be out of here shortly. I'll make sure of that. And right when he found out, we kept it for a week. He didn't know he'd be down right up. He didn't know nothing was going on. And whenever I finally told him, he went over and checked, and he came back and he said, okay, his rent paid through the end of June. And he said, when he comes back to pay his rent, he said, I'll give him 1 free week and he's out of here. He said, I don't want people like that on the property. I said, okay. So he was already thrown out anyway
Right.
for that.
Just something that I needed to ask if there's anybody that, you know, under those circumstances she might turn to.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, if she would do something, she would be, she's the type person, she would just be a wreck. I mean, you'd hear her all over. She'd be screaming and everything else. I mean, she just that way.
Anything? I didn't mean to go back into it again. It's just that just suddenly.
No, it's all right.
Mr. Campbell, I'm going to go ahead and stop the recorder. It's right at 16:30 hours.
Convinced that Denise and Dave are hiding something, investigators turn to their friend Bonnie Colon.
All right, Bonnie, for the record, please, if you'd state your full name and date of birth for me.
It's Bonnie Mae Cologne, and it's 7/25/68.
May is M-A-Y?
M-A-E.
M-E.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked a little bit before going on the recorder, and you know that we're here investigating the death of Edward Bozarth. Where did you originally, how long have you known Ed and Denise?
I've known Ed and Denise for probably about 1.5 years, possibly going on 2. They lived in Inverness, Florida, where I'm from. Ed moved down. They moved down to take care of Ed's mom, who was sick, and then she passed away, and then they took care of their family business. I was working at the Huddle House when I met Ed first, and it was like a spontaneous friendship. Then I met Denise afterwards, and we just became friends. And after they sold the house and everything else, they moved back here. I became involved with them is because I was going through a terrible marriage. So I used to come down all the time, like maybe every 2 weeks in a month, to visit and to stay with them, and then they finally talked me into coming down. I knew about Denise and Dave having an affair because Denise told me as a concerned friendship. So when all this unraveled, it's just been a little crazy for me because I sort of know, I know that Denise and Ed had something to, not Denise and Ed, Denise and Dave had something to do with this.
Okay. How did the conversation with Denise come up where she talked to you about having this affair with Dave? Because I felt bad about my marriage, leaving my husband, even though it was abusive, and then coming down here because I had just met my boyfriend Mark. I had just met him, and I confided into her about, I don't know if I can do this, I'm still married, and so forth and so forth. And that's when she told me about her and Dave. Okay. What did she tell you about her and Dave?
They've been having an affair for about 5 years now.
Did she tell you anything about how it came about, or?
Not really. I mean, just that they had been flirtatious with each other, and one thing led to another, and she would always sneak off the boat to see him. And then when they were living in Inverness, he would always call her, text message her all the time. So.
Did she ever say anything about having any intentions of leaving Ed and being with Dave?
Mm-hmm. Plenty of times.
Right.
She said she wanted to, but she couldn't leave him because, the most concern with her, was the money that she was supposed to get from him, the inheritance that he had and the VA and all this other stuff she kept talking about. Because David asked her to move on the boat and take off with her.
Did she ever say anything about any plans that they had? I mean, any concrete plans, or was it all just, Dave was wanting her to...
No, it's the reason why I can told you is because I was always the one, I would always go to Gilbert's, I'd always go to visit. And when we would sit down at the tiki bar, it was always me, Denise, and Dave. And they always planned on things. And one thing which blew me out of the water was sitting there thinking about, oh, I could kill him. The way that she said it was she said that she was going to wait to see they were working on a generator or working on something. She was going to make it look like an accident. That's exactly what she said to me. Well, I said, you can't kill Ed. You know? I said, why would you even think of something like that? See, Denise has lied, though, and this is one thing. Even though she's my friend, and I'm not trying to turn my back on her, but what she's doing is wrong, and I broke away from her because of it. Because she was Baker acted not too long ago. She was always going to, what's the hospital here? Mariners, thank you. She was always going to Mariners, and the doctor finally Baker acted her because she was always faking that she was having seizures or strokes. And the reason I know this is because I was over there one day with her at Gilbert and going through the boat, and she'd acted like she had just had a stroke. You know, my father had a stroke, so I know how he is, and he can't walk with his leg on the one side. Well, she started dragging her leg and, you know, moving her arm like so. And then she stopped when she saw Dave, and all of a sudden her foot turned the right way, like she had movement in her foot, and then I think she caught herself and moved it back. So she played a lot, and I caught on these things, and I just felt like this, I don't want to be around somebody who is a liar like that. And she was always acting like she was having these spells, like she was like going back into her childhood, 5 years old, and acting like a big child. But I knew it's not true. So they Baker acted her and said she was in danger to herself and to others around her. So.
Did she ever say why she was doing this? Was there a reason for her doing that?
No, but these are just my suspicions, and mine only. It may not be true or not, but they collect, well, they're like on welfare, I guess, or their Medicaid only covers a certain percentage, and then you have to be responsible for the other part. So mine was always thinking that she's faking her illnesses. And why I know all this, because I had a mother who was the same way, so I kind of picked up on it a lot. Because she never had another seizure or another event after she was Baker acted and got out. So it was really funny. If you're having that many problems, it's not going to stop.
Do you remember how long ago it was that she was Baker acted?
I probably want to say maybe 4 weeks ago. I'm not quite sure. I think she was in Marathon.
When was this in relation to when Ed was in the hospital? So I understand Ed was in the hospital with some breathing difficulties or something a couple of weeks ago.
No, Ed hasn't been in that hospital.
Ed was not
No, Ed was never in the hospital. Denise was the only one in the hospital. Because every time that Denise went to the hospital, Ed would call me and I would go over there to sit with him. I was there for one day for 5 hours sitting in that hospital over here. Ed has not been in the hospital since I have been here, and I've been in the Keys now for 3.5 months. Ed has not been in that hospital.
What was Ed's general health when you were around him?
Ed had breathing problems. I mean, but all in all, he was fine. I mean, he had strength because he took me on to their sailboat that they have. Mm-hmm. They have another sailboat, and he climbed right on there. He had full strength. It's just when he couldn't catch his breath. He smoked, you know, and that has a lot to do with it too. But his health was fine.
So I'm being told by some people that Ed was in the hospital a couple of weeks ago due to some breathing difficulties.
You know, I haven't seen him in the hospital. Denise has never told me, and they would have called me if Ed was in the hospital. I mean, he could have been, and I'd not known about it, but Denise has never said anything to me.
How often do you see them?
I used to see them all the time. I lived there with them, and then I moved out when I moved in with Mark, and then I'd go over there once in a while to visit and stuff. And actually went over there a few times because Dave actually lent me money so I could go back up north because my father started getting real ill again. Wow. And Mark wasn't around, so he lent me the money to go, and then I was going over there to pay him back. So. When
was the last time you were at Gilbert's with them?
Probably 2 weeks ago. Maybe 2.5 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks, because it was my last paycheck and I paid him off.
How did Denise and Ed seemed towards each other when you were there?
Actually, it was funny because Denise left that Friday before. I get paid every 2 weeks, so the 2 weeks prior, so it was the week that Denise took off. She took off on a Friday. I got paid on a Thursday, and it was Friday when I went down there to give Dave his money. Okay, Dave and both Denise kept telling me, and Denise kept calling me. She goes, "Don't go near the boat. Don't go near the boat. Don't bother Ed." And at first I was like, well, okay, I won't go near the boat. But if Denise would have left him on a normal basis, like the husband and wife splitting up, Ed would have called me immediately, because that's how Ed is with me. He would have called me. He called me the day that Denise got Baker acted. And then I met him up at the Waffle House. And he says, "Oh, can you meet me up at the Waffle House? Let's, have some coffee and, talk." So I met him up at the Waffle House. Ed would have called me. And then it got to me, why did they told me not to go near the boat?
Did you see them at any time from the time that the kids left until Denise left?
Nope.
So that whole week you didn't see them?
I didn't see him. I saw Dave that Friday night. And stuff. And David mentioned something, because I asked him, I said, well, when Denise left, so it was the day that Denise left, because when Dave said something, I said, well, have you seen Ed? Has he come around and said anything? He goes, no, I haven't seen that son of a, it just comes off the boat. I'm going to cuff at him and, have a few things. So he had threatened to hurt him, Dave did.
During the time that you knew that you were around with Ed and Denise, did you ever witness any abuse take place between Ed and Denise, any physical fighting?
Never, nothing.
Dave hit Denise or hit the kids?
No, he did hit the kids. Now that was the only thing that I said about Ed. Ed was a good guy, okay? He was. He loved Denise tremendously. I've never seen somebody who loved somebody so much, because I used to say, well, I wish my marriage was like that, because he truly did. He would give her the world, but he treated those kids like they were just dirt. And part of me always wanted to say, well, somebody needs to call children's services on them, because those kids don't belong with them. They really don't. The more I got to know Denise and Ed, the more I knew how they were, and the more I said, it's not right. That's not right, what the things that they do.
Did Denise ever talk to you at all about whether Ed was the father of the children or not?
Yeah, she said that he was. He was the father, yeah.
What were the conditions like on the boat with Ed and Denise? Were there restrictions placed on Denise as well, or just did you say the kids were never let off the boat?
There wasn't restrictions. No more restrictions than just saying, I'm going over here, or asking, just like a normal husband and wife would say, honey, I'm going to go over here. Now, everybody thinks that it got worse when I got there, because I was always hanging out at the tiki bar and stuff, because at the time that's where my boyfriend was working. And I'd always go over there to sit, and just listen to the music. But Ed never told her not to. Ed was always giving her money and saying, here, go ahead and have some drinks, so.
So I've been hearing some things about him timing her when she went to the restroom, or when she went to take a shower. She had like 30 minutes to go get a shower and get back, and that's.
I have no idea about that.
You never witnessed any of that?
None of that. Denise had said it, but I have never witnessed Ed say, you got this amount of time. I've never heard him say that. I don't joke around and say, behave yourself. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And that's about it.
Did you ever get the impression that Ed knew about or found out about an affair between Denise and David?
I think he kind of had a suspicion, but he didn't know, because Ed was always questioning me. But I couldn't, when you're put in the middle of two people, you just look at him and say, yeah. I had no right to say, yes, Ed, she's having an affair with Dave. I couldn't do that to either one of them. So there's just a mutual person involved with the both of them.
So Ed did ask you about that?
Yes, he did. Now that I've done you, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Just get my train of thought going back on the track. When have you talked to Denise since she left and went up to her parents?
I talked to Denise. She called me before, when I guess her parents came down. See, when I started working, I wasn't over there as much as I used to. Yeah. But I'd always call her. She would call me. The kids were leaving. I guess her mom came to pick up the kids or something. This is what she told me. Her mom came to pick up the kids. So then apparently, I guess David called. This is from what I understand from Denise. David called Denise's mom and said something was going on and picking up the kids. But Denise had told me weeks prior to that the kids were going down there for the summer anyway with her mother, not because of all this other stuff. So I don't know. I got confused there when Dave said he called Denise's mom and told her to come pick up the kids. But then Denise told me about a month ago that they were going for the summer anyway.
Okay.
So then she called me. Actually, Dave called me that day that Denise had left. And I said, how can I get in touch with her? He goes, her cell phone's not working, but I tried calling her, and all I got was her voicemail. I left a message for her to call me, and then she called me back, and then I called her back and said, okay, we're playing phone tag, you're it, joking around saying tag, you're it, it's your turn to call me back. And that's when she said she had left. And she says, don't contact me, just if you have any questions, just contact Dave. That's it.
And when was that?
That was the day that she left.
That
the same day, that Friday. Because actually when I went to go give Dave his money that I owed him and stuff, Denise had called Dave on the cell phone, and I talked to Denise on Dave's cell phone because we were standing there.
What time of day was that?
That was in the nighttime because I had just gotten out of work about 7:30. Went back home, changed my clothes. Mark went with me, and then he sat in the truck, and it was like about time because I was sitting and talking to Dave for like maybe 25 minutes because he wouldn't shut up. He was always like, telling me this and that, and I just was like, okay. And then Denise called, and I talked to her on the phone.
Sure, that was on a Friday?
Positive, it was on a Friday. I get paid on Thursdays. And I was supposed to drop the money off Thursday to him, but I didn't.
And that was sometime after 7:30 time you went home, changed, and went up there?
So it was probably about 8:30, that was after.
How long ago was that? What Friday are we talking about?
2 weeks ago. I got paid on that Thursday. So I get paid every 2 weeks. So I'm getting paid this 2 weeks, so 2 weeks back. So I don't have a calendar. I need a calendar to look at the dates.
Yeah, I have that handy. Yeah, if you can find a calendar somewhere, that'd be great. Thanks, John. Yeah, we'll clear up the date thing.
Okay.
Do you know how long the kids had been gone prior to Denise leaving?
From what I understood, and like again, this is only hearsay. I don't know because I didn't see the kids. It was probably maybe a week prior to that, from just what I gathered. It had to be on the 19th, because she said she wasn't going to do anything until she contacted VA.
Friday would have been
Because the 19th,
22nd.
yeah, the 19th was an important day for her because that was when she said she was going to contact VA, so she could get VA or. But I don't understand how all that worked, but it was very important to her that she got that VA because she said then if she got the VA, then she would be set because she would have his VA, her VA, and plus with the kids.
The 18th would have been on a Monday, I think. Did you ever witness any of the affair between David and Denise?
Yeah.
What did they do in your presence that led you to believe that they were indeed?
Oh, they would kiss and touch.
Okay.
I was actually on the boat with them. Not on the boat per se with them. I was up on the top part. I had left them alone because this was on Dave's boat. Me and Denise had just came from, the tiki bar, and I get silly-side when I drink, and I was just letting them do their thing downstairs, and I was up on the top part, and I'm like, okay, shut up, the both of you, because I was looking at the stars, and I said, okay, shush, because they were getting, moaning and groaning and all that, and I said, all right, that's enough for me, guys. But I couldn't go over back to the other boat, to Denise's and Ed's boat, because if I left that boat, then he would ask where was Denise. So I kind of was stuck there, listening to them have sex.
So you didn't witness them having sex, but you were on the boat.
Oh, yeah. The boat was moving, just put it that way, not just because it was on water.
Okay, we were able to round up a calendar, and that would have been on the 22nd, which is a Friday. And you're sure that she left that day?
I'm positive she left that day. Well, no, I'm not positive, but that's the day that she called me on the phone, and the car wasn't there, so obviously nobody was there. Because she called me from the road it's kind of hard to tell you. Dave called me earlier to let me know that Denise was leaving. Okay, that was earlier. You need to get down there and say goodbye to her if you can. Then Denise called me and said, Bonnie, I'm leaving, because she wanted to try to get in touch with me before, but I didn't get out of work in time.
Right.
So then that's when I called Dave because I said I owe Dave the money, and I said I'll be down. And then Denise called me again. It was back and forth conversation with the both of them that night.
Okay.
And then I called Denise. Denise called me after I tried to call her on her cell phone, left the messages, and she called me back. And that's when we were playing phone tag with the cell phone.
Is there any chance I could have been on Saturday and not Friday? Do you normally work Saturdays too?
I work all the time. I'm pretty sure it was Friday. There was the day Dave worked, and it was Friday night. And I remember that because it was dead up at Gilbert. It wasn't even busy. So for a Friday night, I was surprised. Yeah. Now you got me thinking. I'm pretty sure it was a Friday because I got paid, and I'm thinking I owed him on Thursday. And I thought he was calling me because, when you owe somebody money, they're going to hound you for their money. And it's like, I'm coming. Okay, I'm coming down there. Just give me time.
Okay.
Yeah, it was because on her message that she left me, she said she was leaving Friday.
Okay.
She left me a voicemail when I was at work, and she said she was leaving Friday.
So that was the last time you spoke to her? Was that day?
That was the day that I talked to her, and I talked to her on my cell phone. When she called me, I called her, got her voicemail. She called me back. Then when I went to give Dave his money, she called Dave, and I talked to her on Dave's cell phone. Yeah.
And you haven't talked to her
I haven't
since?
talked to her since. No.
Is that unusual for you two not to talk?
Yes, that's very unusual. That's very unusual. Denise and I call each other all the time. We call each other all the time. I mean, she actually got a recording just for me, saying, one of these funny little things because I would call her constantly. So no, we talk to each other all the time. Oh, I was very surprised not to hear from her. I was very surprised that she didn't call me and let me know all this was going on.
Which conversation was it that you had with her when she told you not to bother Ed and not go on the boat?
That was that Friday. That Friday. Both Dave and her told me not to go near the boat. Because I asked Dave, sitting there at Gilbert's when I handed him the money, I asked him, have you seen Ed? And he goes, no, he goes, I haven't seen him, nobody's seen him off the boat, because I was just wondering if he was off of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, no, he hasn't been off the boat. He goes, and when he said if he was off the boat, he would do something to him. And that was it. He said, just do me a favor, don't go near the boat. Don't steer anything up, don't go near the boat.
Okay, and she told you
She told me the same thing, do not go near the boat.
They never said why other than don't stir anything up?
And this was two separate conversations. This was before I even went down to Gilbert's, when I finally got in touch with Denise after we got done playing phone tag, before I even went to Gilbert's to give David money.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and Denise told me, don't go near the boat.
So you talked to her earlier in the that day?
Yeah, about not even an hour before I went down there to Gilbert's to give David money.
Was she driving then?
She said she was driving. She was on the road.
And what number did you reach her at?
Another.
Is my understanding her cell phone wasn't working when she left?
Denise lied about a lot of things about her cell phone. I'm telling you that right now. She lied to Dave about two cell phones. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The girl has not been totally honest with me. Okay. Because she told Dave that she didn't have another cell phone. Dave gave her a cell phone, okay?
Right.
That's a cell phone that I always called her on prior when I lived in Inverness. Then she called me and said she got another cell phone, but she still had the other cell, the one that Dave. She had two cell phones, yeah. I quit calling her on the one cell phone that was Dave's. It was her, the 7669. That's the one she called me on.
That's a 305
code? That's the one she called me on that night.
While she was driving?
Mm-hmm. She said it fell in water, but she called me. It worked. Because what I didn't understand was why Dave would say her cell phone doesn't work. She dropped it in water, but yet I went to Gilbert's and she calls him. I just talked to her, so I knew her cell phone worked. And then
she called
yeah,
him.
then she calls
On
him.
that phone,
On
do you think?
I don't know.
On a phone.
I don't know because I didn't answer Dave's phone, but
That evening, sometime after 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Bonnie, if you had to take a guess, just your own theory of what took place up there, what do you think happened?
I think Denise and Dave had something to do with his death. I do.
Think the two of them together?
I do. I honestly do, because they said things in front of me that didn't sound right, but I just always just blew it off. You know, Denise would say, oh, how she could make everything look like an accident, and Dave could have her get in, and, you know, stuff like that. And I just kind of sat there and listened.
If you were to call Denise and talk to her on the phone, do you think there'd be any chance that she might discuss it with you? Are you guys close enough that she might do that, or?
I don't know. I mean, I'm close enough to her that she would have told me things, but obviously I'm not that close to her because she didn't tell me all this that was going on, you know, and she confided into Dave, and Dave made all the arrangements. And I had no idea about her leaving until actually I found out from Dave, and then Denise told me that she was leaving. And then she said something about a black eye. Denise never had a black eye. I don't remember the date. I remember it was my day off, and she said, David called me and said, Ed hit her and she got a black eye. I met them up at Gamby's, is that what the restaurant's called? Gamby's? Gamby's, yeah. I met them up there the one morning because I was off and I was just going to go yard selling and thrift store shopping.
Mm-hmm.
She had no black eye. She had no black eye. I was there. She had nothing. I would have said something if I had saw her with a black eye. And that's when she first, this is how I found out that they were actually going to leave. Ed and her got up because she said, Bonnie, while you're here, we're going to go out and have a cigarette. Ed got up and walked out. She slowly got out of the booth and told Cody, you can tell her. You know, you can go ahead and tell her. And then Cody told me that they were going to leave, you know, because they were getting Denise was tired of the way they were yelling at Cody. Ed was always yelling at Cody and stuff like that. But I already knew this. I mean, I knew that Denise was going to leave, you know, eventually. She said she wanted to leave, you know, to go up to her mom's house, but I didn't know that she was going to kill Ed or do this.
Well, is there anything that we haven't talked about or that I haven't asked you about that you think might be important that we know in conducting our investigation? Have we pretty much gone over everything, or is there something that maybe I've missed that you think is important?
I'm not sure. There's so many events, and for me to sit here and give them all, it's kind of hard because I was always there, and I just know that Ed was not abusive. I know that. He did not hit her. He was abusive to those kids, but he was not abusive to Denise. No, she got any other questions.
Do you have any thoughts, Chuck, before we conclude?
No.
Denise was to be a very rich woman if something happened to Ed.
Did she ever say how rich? Now that you mentioned that?
Yeah.
How much?
Probably about $300,000.
Okay. Did she say how she was going to get $300,000?
If something happened to Ed, if he died. Because she was always joking, because when we sit at the bar, she was always saying, yeah, I have 2 sailboats. And this was when I was first, you know, when I needed a place to stay and stuff. She goes, oh, you can live on the other sailboat out there. I'm like, I'm not living out on that sailboat, joking around. I don't have sea legs. You ain't catching me on that boat. I got sick of staying on that boat with them.
So she told you that if anything happened to Ed, she would get $300,000.
Plus his the VA Social Security, whatever Ed was collecting. Ed collected a lot of money. He'd get 2 checks. But then he also had his inheritance money from his mother. And that was too involved for me. I don't get into the stocks and the bonds and the stuff like that. But apparently, Ed's mother did stocks and whatever. So if anything happened to Ed, Denise would get the money.
Yeah. Well, it's not working out so good for us so far. We'll see how that goes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the recording. We've been here for approximately about 15 minutes. The dates July 11th. The time now is about 8:54.
When they confronted him with what they'd learned, Dave finally admitted to police that he had been having an affair with Denise. Still, investigators didn't have enough to make an arrest. The case went cold until 2011 when it was reopened. Once again, police interrogated Dave. This time he made a series of accusations against Denise, including that she'd offered him $10,000 to kill Ed. Denise was charged with first-degree murder. She claimed that she had killed Ed, but only in self-defense. Later, a judge ruled Denise's statements inadmissible as she'd asked for a lawyer before making them, and police had continued questioning her. With a key piece of evidence unable to be presented in court, prosecutors offered a plea deal. Denise Bozarth pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. She was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Bozarth was released on February 6, 2024.